Good evening, everyone, and welcome. We have a big crowd tonight, so thanks all for being here. The Town of Los Gatos Council meeting of April 2nd, 2024 is now called to order. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Risto?
Here.
Councilmember Ennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
Here with a garden variety cold.
Mayor Badami?
And I'm getting over one. I'm here too. I'm going to ask everybody to please stand and join Councilmember Risto in the Pledge of Allegiance. Republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have two presentations tonight. The first one is for the Los Gatos Foundation for Older Adults to Thrive. And may those members that are giving the presentation please step forward. I thought we'd have a little table with chairs, but that's okay. Yeah, just go ahead and begin. We're eager to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Badami, and good evening, Council. I'm Sandy Decker, and as chairman of the Los Gatos Foundation for Older Adults to Thrive in this town, I'm excited, I'm honored, actually, to introduce this presentation to you. I'd like you to be aware of the progress that we've made in only 8 months. The community interest has been astounding. Our goal is to create a community center with dedicated space for older adults. Our objective is to ensure that those older adults living in this community live active, engaged, and very healthy lives. I will now turn to Tom Picrow. He's our foundation president, Tim Lindell, our treasurer, and Eleanor Yick, who's also involved in the foundation, as well as being the chairman of CHSSC. They will share with you our progress and our community partnering.
Good evening and thank you. Before we begin, I'd like first to ask the members of our team, foundation team, who are here tonight to stand up just to be recognized. Wow. We're really pleased by the great community leaders who have joined in, and we hope for more to come too. Thank you. Let's see, in the next slide, we were incorporated as the Los Gatos Foundation for Older Adults to Thrive in August of this past year. Our first board meeting was in September, and we completed our 501c3 IRS application as a nonprofit in November. Our vision, you'll see, is to be an age-friendly community where older adults are engaged, valued, and provide equitable opportunities to thrive. Our mission is twofold. The first, as you heard, is to create an intergenerational community center that's for all ages with dedicated space for older adults. The second mission, also very important, is to provide support and advocacy for older adult programs and services. And we have a website I encourage you to take a look. It's at losgatosthrives.org. As of last week, we were getting about 20 hits a day on it. And so it will be one of our main forms of communication. In the next slide, our work is being done by committees. That's where the best work gets done always. The Community Center Committee is chaired by Alan Feinberg. Members are Sandy Decker, Tim Lindell, Matthew Hudas, Bob and Susan Buxton, Jeff Blum, Barbara Spector, Barney Devage, Skip Brewster, Ryan Rosenberg, Tony Alarcon, and myself. I wanted to say the names because I want for people on Zoom and otherwise to hear them. Our Initiatives and Publicity Committee is co-chaired by Ginger McDonald and Lisa Kressler, with members Nancy Pearson, Catherine Summers, Terry Hope, Eleanor Yick, Bonnie Broderick, Kirsten Bird Painter, and myself. Our Fundraising and Financing Committee is just in development now. All told, we have 21 community members involved in the foundation work and hope to add more, as I mentioned. But we can't accomplish our goals alone, we're well aware, and we really view ourselves as part of a larger team of stakeholders here that includes the community, the town, and of course, town council and its commissions, the service clubs, LGS Rec, and the 55 Plus program, SASE, who we're working with also, service providers who provide important benefits to our town, businesses, and developers. And yes, we are members of the Chamber of Commerce. Now, Tim Lindell, our board treasurer, will give a few highlights of the Community Center Committee's work.
Good evening, council members. The first thing our Community Center Committee did was to tour 5 other centers to learn from their experiences in creating facilities and providing services. In the course of these visits, we learned not only the benefits our communities now enjoy, but also what Los Gatos does not. Los Altos is a city of similar population and budget to Los Gatos, and their center, which opened in 2021, was particularly impressive. However, the story for each center was different, and we gained new insight with every visit as we toured and collected detailed information from the operators. To mention just a few key takeaways, which are on the board. The scale of services and synergies made possible by a large dedicated center provides a significant benefit. Large rooms were the most valuable and used spaces, according to the staff in these facilities. The ambience provided by open spaces, lots of light, and access to patios are important in creating a welcoming and inviting space. The learning from these visits is being documented as we plan for a community workshop on the needs for Los Gatos. Next slide, please. The Community Center Committee is now preparing for a community workshop in June, which will take place at the Masonic Center on Main Street. The focus will be on learning the wants of the Los Gatos community, what are the must-haves, the would-be nice, and the we don't need opinions. We will document our learning from the other centers and conduct a needs survey prior to this workshop. The work plan is shown in the upper right. Task force will focus on community engagement and the needs survey. We're hoping that Councilmember Moore will join us. A workshop event planning task force, a center visits story group to share the information we've gathered from our visits, and a group to investigate possible center sites, which is obviously a very important near-term step. We are hoping the Community Health and Senior Services Commission will hold a follow-up workshop later in the summer. And in the fall, an initial design plan, which we will be commissioning, will be reviewed in a community validation workshop. A draft community center design plan will then be prepared and shared with the community and, of course, the council. I'd now like to hand off to Eleanor Yick.
Thank you, Tim, and good evening, council members. The initiative, could we have the next, yeah, we're on the right slide. The Initiative and Publicity Committee, of which I am a member, is working on branding for the foundation. Local media engagements by The Outlook, The Los Gaton, and the Los Gatos Weekly Times has been very good, as shown by the sampling of headlines shown at the bottom left here. The committee's first initiative, which we are extremely excited about, is a monthly Monday movies series at the iconic Los Gatos Theater. In partnership with the Cinelux operator, Paul Gunsky, and the town, We will begin our first monthly Monday movie on May 6th at 10 a.m. It will include a pastry, coffee, and movie, all for $10. We had an outstanding response to this new event, and we hope that many of you will be able to attend. Next slide. Another aspect of the Los Gatos Thrives Foundation is to partner with the community to ensure continuation of essential services for adults. Our foundation was able to extend a $35,000 grant to Live Oak Senior Nutrition in Los Gatos to avert a crisis in meals delivery as a result of a donation received from SASE. In addition to local print media coverage, NBC TV Local News carried on a story on Executive Director Kathy Milnerich's work. Our foundation and CHSSC lobbied the Live Oak Adult Day Services to reopen the Los Gatos site. We facilitated a Rotary work party and supplies donation to help support the reopening in May. The Los Gatos Center has already doubled their number of clients and is providing a vital service to our community. Foundation members have also teamed with CSTC Task Force, VTA, 55+, and SASE on a ride and taste event as a way to educate our seniors on the use of buses via a free day pass and lunch. These efforts illustrate the critical role that partnering with the town, its commissions, and our local nonprofits can play in sustaining critical service for seniors. And now I'll turn it back to Tom Pickrow, our president.
Thank you. And I just wanted to mention that Eleanor is the chair this year of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, just for everyone knows. And so please look for information upcoming regarding the Community Center Needs Workshop, which will be held in June. We're looking forward to that and having everyone tell us what's needed and not. We feel we're making rapid progress and would be happy to return to the council at the end of the year for an update if you should wish. And then we're ready for any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That was quite an impressive presentation. I think it's appropriate to give a round of applause.
Thank you.
Yeah, you've done an impressive amount of work in 8 months of time. All of you have shown great dedication, commitment, and passion for our community. Thank you. I'm going to look to my fellow council members to see if they'd like to add comments, and I'll start with Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for being here. Very much appreciate all the work that you're doing. It's your enthusiasm is contagious, and it is evident that you're making rapid progress. So thank you all for all of the hard work. I am super excited about this, and I'm looking forward to working with you all a little bit more closely. I just, for the community, could you all talk a little bit about your approach to making the space intergenerational and, you know, the focus is on older adults, but a big part of this conversation has been that it's an intergenerational community center. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. There's what we found at many of these centers is there's a lot of crossover. Like at Morgan Hill, the seniors are coming early in the morning. They're using the exercise area, jazzercise, other things, having lunch, maybe something else, and then in the afternoon it becomes heavy with there's a youth room fills up, there's people your age and so forth coming to exercise and all ages. And so we see that there's, by bringing everything together, there's dual use. And at the same time, the youth, for example, put on some of the annual celebrations with the senior part of the center. And there's just a lot of crosstalk, if you will. And I would say the Los Gatos Center, which you were at, I believe, if I recall correctly, was one where you saw there's a lot of space, and not necessarily some space dedicated to senior use, but much of the space was in art and in exercise and in large community events, and everyone benefits. So we really do feel that this intergenerational approach pays a lot of benefit. And even in one of the centers there were in Palo Alto, it's a big place, city, you know, but they served 400 meals a day to seniors. And those seniors just populate the center. They come, but then they don't just come for that. The game room is filled, you know, the computer room, the other classrooms and stuff. And so there's a lot of synergy, I would say. And thank you for raising that.
Yeah, no, thank you. We've talked a lot about that, and I think I really appreciate your how much you talk about the importance of working together and the synergy, and I agree that Los Altos is a model. So thank you all for your very hard work. Thanks.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you, and I appreciate Dr. Picro, Chair Picro, President Picro, for sending us the Tom for sending us the information in advance, because there's a lot there. And I would have to say I've attended quite a few meetings at the Los Altos Center, and yeah, it's great. There's dedicated senior areas. There's flex area that's senior in the morning and general. So I think it's inspiring to look at what other community centers are doing. And I just want to address the whole group and just give my appreciation, because as I look at the 21 people that are working on this committee, every one of you are well known throughout the community, have contributed for a long time, and continue to. So you're living examples of what it means to thrive as a senior and to continue to give back to your community, and not only create something that will benefit you and future generations, you know, in collaboration with other people, but I think, you know, we all know that with any volunteer work you do, it's a relay, and you're handing it off, and you're doing something that'll make a difference going forward, as well as trying to meet the needs we have now. So big appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you. And you triggered one other thought too, which we've noted in the center, is that they have spaces where service providers come in and use it. And they're very flexible and fluid, and they get changed for one type of provider or another. But that and even service clubs and others use these centers. And so if you have a good large space, you can really serve, you know, as I say, all the stakeholders in your community.
I don't see any other hands up. Well, I do. Vice Mayor.
Couldn't keep my mouth shut on this. Of course, I want to thank each and every one of you who have participated, contributed your time and thoughts to this. And, you know, this is one of those things that I think came out of sort of the distress during the pandemic, and the way services for our older adults were really challenged, and in some cases stopped during the pandemic. And through a variety of efforts, the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, the committee that wrote a roadmap, and now this foundation that is working collaboratively with every other organization and group that there is really an example of thrives. And so I am very proud to be working with all of you. I can tell you that this work that I get to do with older adults is absolutely the high point of my service. And so thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm excited to hear more as the months go on. I think you deserve one more round of applause. Thank you. So we have a second presentation, and I'm going to be coming down to the floor, and I'm going to ask our town poet laureate, William Ward Butler, to join me.
I'll be here. Where should we go? Okay.
You can go there in a minute. Get over here for now. You can stand close to me. I won't bite. So I have a proclamation waiting for you, which is why I want you here. So, National Poetry Month seeks to highlight the extraordinary legacy and ongoing achievement of poets, introduce people to the pleasures and benefits of reading poetry, bring poets and poetry to the public in innovative ways, and make poetry an important part of our children's lives. Poetry, as an essential part of the arts and humanities in Los Gatos, affects every aspect of life in Los Gatos, including education, the economy, and community pride. I hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 to be National Poetry Month within the town of Los Gatos and call upon all individuals to make poetry a part of daily life in Los Gatos. Please accept this on our behalf. With that, okay, may we have the pleasure of a poetry reading?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm going to adjust this mic just a little bit. Does it kind of just go like this? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hello, council members, and hello, town of Los Gatos. My name is William Ward Butler. I'm a teacher, and I'm honored to be the new poet laureate for the town. I have prepared a poem for the occasion, and I hope to create a lot of events in the town to bring poetry into the community in order to invite poets and to create opportunities for people in town to write and experience poetry. And I hope to do all those things. And here's a poem. This poem is called Valley of the Heart's Delight, Poem for Los Gatos. And if it is possible for anyone to truly know a place, what are the ways of knowing anyway? As I walk, the hills that were once on fire are now glowing in the light of a warm evening. The creatures that roam the hills were here long before any human. Coyotil from the Aztec, cat from English. No one's told me why peacocks stroll the neighborhood, and I like the mystery, the possibility of imagining something more intricate than fact, that there are things I have yet to figure out, like history, and what comes after history. The names that have passed through this place, which has had names before this one. Yes, it's important to make things new. Important, too, is memory. How the geese know to return to Vasona and forget so easily why they are not wanted on the field of the middle school. How the earth remembers every orchard. How so many people hold the remembrance of this town with them always. And where does memory go when you leave a place? I'd like to think you'd carry it with you, that it's small enough to fit in a pocket, tall enough to last as long as you need it. Thank you so much.
Oh, William, if you could come back.
my first time doing
I just want to thank you. That was very inspiring, and thank you for acknowledging the phrase "Valley of the Heart's Delight." People have forgotten that. We're now known as Silicon Valley, and it breaks my heart. Well, then again, we have a thriving economy, but thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Again, does any other council member wish to comment? See none, I think you deserve one more round of applause. Thank you.
So much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, if some of you want to leave now, we have a heavy agenda ahead of us. You can stay, of course. We don't want to bore you, but we are going to be moving on to our consent items. And I'll give a moment for everyone to leave. Not everyone, almost everyone. Okay. Okay, we shall proceed with the consent items. We have several items on the consent calendar. It's considered routine town business where we can have a council member pull an item if they wish, or a member of the public can speak on any of the items on the consent calendar. So I will look to see if any hands are up. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to pull item 10, but I do want to comment on it if now is an appropriate time to do so.
Yes, you can comment, but I'd like to get open public comment first and then close it, and then we'll look for your comment.
Perfect.
Would anybody wish to speak on any consent item that's on our calendar tonight? See none. Any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on
Okay,
Zoom.
I will close public comment and look to Councilmember Moore for his comment.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to comment on item 10. And so I'll first acknowledge that while I am a board member of the Kyle J. Taylor Foundation, which is the subject of item 10, I have checked in with the town attorney and there's no conflict of interest as I am not employed or paid by the foundation. I just want to express how grateful I am to the town council for considering accepting a generous donation from the Kyle J. Taylor Foundation to place AEDs, automatic external defibrillators, and save stations at 2 parks in Los Gatos. With the passage of this item, Blossom Hill Park and Creekside Sports Park would gain life-saving devices available to anyone experiencing a heart attack or sudden cardiac arrest in the area. The save station, for those that aren't familiar, is a particularly unique device and addition to our community because it is fully publicly accessible. These stations are available to anyone at any time, and there's only a handful of these in the Bay Area. You'll see them when they're placed, but they're these tall towers that house AEDs that allow for the public to use them when they need to. I also want to highlight, in addition to AED donations, the Kyle J. Taylor Foundation provides a variety of important heart health services to the community, including performing heart screenings at local schools, offering CPR trainings, and providing scholarships to students. Los Gatos' 2 high school districts, CUHSD and Los Gatos-Saratoga Unified High School District, now require heart screenings for all high school student athletes because of the work of the Kyle J. Taylor Foundation. And this is thanks in large part to Jennifer Sarmento, Kyle's mother, who made all this possible. I'll close by sharing that Kyle Taylor, who the foundation is named after, was one of my best friends, and he died at the age of 18 as a result of sudden cardiac arrest. And it's really meaningful to honor his legacy by placing these AEDs in our town and potentially be saving the life of someone else like Kyle Taylor. Thank you all.
Thank you. Any further comments? Vice Mayor?
I had a question about item 16, which is rescheduling the adoption regarding the height pole, what we the netting requirements. And we received a desk item, I believe, on that. And my question is, does rescheduling impact that project? Or is that project vested in the resolution and the policy that was in place when it was filed?
The applicant is vested to the earlier story pole policy, but the applicant is planning to ask the council to apply the new policy to their project.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments? See none. I will look to council members for a motion on the consent calendar. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I move to approve consent items 1 through 16.
Councilmember Moore.
Second.
All right, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. At this time, I'm going to move to verbal communications, and this is where members of the public are welcome to address the town council on any matter that is not listed on the agenda. And I do have 2 speaker cards. I'm going to start with Joe Enns.
I thought about what I was going to say. I'm very inspired with what's going on with the town. I try to do the best I can with the homeless people, you know, and it's going better. They got kicked out of a camp, but, you know, they've got to tone it down with the problems, the neighbors, like somebody yelling out there. I'm not going to mention their name, but they're mentally ill. But still, you know, it's not respecting your neighbors when you do that kind of thing and bring heat on other homeless people. I'm not there to protect the homeless people per se, but I just think they need to be understood better, you know, and as I'm getting better, they are, somebody said if you're a leader, you got to lead, you know, and people will follow you if it's working. Well, it seems to be working for me, and it's not all smooth. You know, there's a lot of having to deal with people who are violent, have to go to jail, and that sort of stuff, but being older, 70, I'm really excited about I'm an ex-EMT, not certified. The AEDs is great. That's great. You know, and the more I come here, the more turned on people are. And people are saying, hey, you're at the council, you know. Somebody's got to stir the pot up a little bit. But you know how this all started? Was, I said it a long time ago, is being the best you can be on RUA's 4 agreements. You want to be impeccable in your speech. Change my behavior that way. Don't take anything personally, which is hard for me. And don't assume. And just do the best you can be. But do them in order or something, because becoming the best you can be, it creates whatever it creates. It's not in my head, though, but I can understand it more now being older. So thanks, and thank you, Laura Peretti, for your service. Great service, great town. I don't got any other place to spend the rest of my life in, you know, so that's good. And I live in Saratoga. I'm going back to the house that got burned down by, we're not going to talk about it, the county. You know, I don't like saying negative things, you know, because it's in the past, and I can't sit there and, that was the best thing that ever happened was my house burning down. And now I'm not in there smoking pot, doing nothing, 270 pounds, and now I've never weighed 175 pounds in my life. I wrestled 191, you know. So when you start caring about stuff, it's easy to, like the homeless, stop caring about stuff because they need more support. And I was going to talk to Dr. Calloway. Somebody's out there with an infectious, they need antibiotics so bad and their immune system's so depressed, they're going to die. You know, and then that's where I got to talk about that. The person that's yelling and stuff out here in front of the library. Somebody said, they were so nice to him next door. Somebody said he had Tourette's syndrome. That's a nice way to put it when you're angry. I didn't say Pete. So thank you, everybody. It's done so well. Is that Mr. Tata back there? Oh, I forgot to mention Jamie. We finally got a decent cop. You know, the police department's ripping for being decertified, having workers snuck in from the feds, you know. Because most of the cops are pretty cool here. And the ones that aren't, you know, they go away. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Enns. Our next speaker is John Shepherdson.
Yes, Mayor, we have a PowerPoint. So this is Mirasu Part 2 for you. So that's my little poetic opening. So the issue is the Union School District's attempted sale of the Mirasu open space for about 4 to 4.5 million homes. Does that comply with the general plan? Next slide. This is the proposal for the 12 homes. It's not affordable housing. It's 12 homes at $4 to $4.5 million. Next slide, please. So in terms of, I looked at the general plan, and to me, it doesn't meet the plan to put these homes in place of open space. It's one of the requirements, long-term focus on protecting open spaces. It's contrary to that. Long-term sustainability, no. Social environmental justice, no. Small-town character, safety, and family-oriented, no. Pedestrian-friendly, no. Strong sense of community, no. Meeting the present and future needs of the residents. So from my humble perspective, the replacement of this open space with these homes is contrary to the general plan. And to that extent, to the extent that you have that power, I would suggest that you exercise it to enforce the general plan and deny the switch out, the elimination of that open space from the homes. If we could have the next slide. And it's your duty. The Union School District's priority is maximizing income for the district. I understand that. But it's your duty to protect the town and the general plan. Next slide. Other factors to consider. The Union School District has a $96 parcel tax, and they raise $1.2 million. If they raise that to merely $300, they will raise $3.6 million. That's 7 times the amount of the income that they will generate from selling this Marisu property or lands. And it's bad precedent. Are we going to sell off the lands for Dave's or Blossom Hill? Next slide. This is just some material about kids are happier when they have open space. It's good for physical and mental well-being. And about a third of our children are overweight, and that's been going up from 2003. And so why would we take steps that would fail to address that problem? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Shepherdson? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. All right, do we have any hands on Zoom for verbal?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
No hands, no speaker cards coming forward. I'm going to close verbal communications, and we will move on to other business, which would be item number 17, and that's to receive a report on the transportation impact fee and provide direction. Ms. Burnham, welcome. We look forward to your report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll give a minute to pull up my presentation. A copy of the presentation was provided to you in the desk item that came out this afternoon. You received it about 3:25 p.m., so hopefully you were able to see it. We can jump right into background. Thank you. So just a refresher, we've been talking about impact fee for transportation for quite some time. I'm also joined by our town consultant, DKS, and the town attorney is going to support me in this presentation, so I'll let her introduce her supporting staff as well. But we've been working on impact fees since 2022. We have been in front of council a number of times. Most recently was in January when we sought adoption of an updated fee. And we are back to discuss that again tonight. And I will, if we go to the next slide, I can have the town attorney cover that.
Yes, so just to review the State Mitigation Fee Act, it requires that the town identify the fee's purpose and use, determine a reasonable relationship between the fee's use and the type of land use development projects that will pay the fee, determine a reasonable relationship between the need for the public facility and the type of projects that will pay the fee, and that there be a reasonable relationship between the amount of the fee and the cost of the facilities. In addition, there's a separate provision of the Mitigation Fee Act that provides that level of service should be analyzed when applicable. That's just by way of legal background. And then I wanted to let the council know that Special Counsel Rick Jarvis of the law firm of Jarvis Fay is available if the town council has more detailed questions about the Mitigation Fee Act.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council members? Seeing none, I will open public comment. Do we have any speaker cards or anyone coming forward with a speaker card? I see no one coming forward. Do we have any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, I will close public comment, and I will go back to council for any comments or a motion. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I appreciate staff putting this together, and I noticed in the report there are a variety of options for us to consider. And I think I am in favor of making sure that we get many of these alternative projects built. When I look at all of the housing that we are planning and being required to plan with our housing element, and I think about all of the transportation options we have in town, if all of our new projects produce car traffic, we will just be gridlocked. And recognizing that, I think for a period of time, we've been looking for ways to alleviate traffic congestion as the population of Los Gatos and the region increases. And realistically, given the fact that the only construction we're going to be able to do is primarily infill, that will tax our roads to an extent that we really can't keep doing things the same way. And understanding that we need to get to multimodal transportation, not just as sort of, oh, this is kind of a nice thing to do, or we'll get a couple school kids to do it. This is really a shift that's going to be required on the part of people that want to get out of their cars to be able to do short errands or get places by bike or by foot. And when I look at these projects, except for the Highway 17 project, all of these projects are needed to help people. If we don't have sidewalks, people aren't going to walk. If we don't have protected bike lanes, only people who ride in Lycra and are okay riding on Highway 9 are going to ride their bikes. And so, you know, as I looked at these projects, I thought these are completely necessary for all of our future development. However, when I look at staff's report and we talked about, you know, the balance between funding the whole thing and fair share, I'm starting to look at the balance of that. And so I don't know if we want to go through the different options or talk about how we could fund things or what would make sense. Because I think we really need to make sure that we get the Highway 17 interchange in. That really is going to impact us, and we are going to have a lot more cars, not just in Los Gatos, but regionally. But I think all of these developments are going to increase traffic because whether people are biking or not, if they have to get on the freeway, they're going to drive. And then I also want to talk through some of the options that we looked at. If we can't put 100% of the cost on these projects, how do we find a middle ground saying that fair share might just be saying we've got 10% more population, so they'll pay 10% of the projects. The reality is those projects will get us to a tipping point. So I would like to explore options where we can look at, 30% or something. Because the other option would be if we weren't thinking about multimodal transportation, we'd look at level of service of our intersections and say, okay, you guys are putting these projects in, you've now got to create a bigger intersection. That requires land acquisition, that requires so much more to put a car lane in than bike and sidewalk. So I guess that's a roundabout way to say I can understand some of the arguments that maybe, even though we can do it and other communities have done it, we may not want to go for the full freight with option 1, but I'm interested in talking through options 3 and 4, which I think combined together make option 5.
Any further comments? Vice Mayor?
So I think the ability to introduce new transportation impact fees rests on our ability to fairly place the burden on new development that we are anticipating. And whether it's a bicycle and pedestrian project or a vehicular project, those all will depend on our ability to do that. And from my understanding from the previous report that we received in January, our current fees are inadequate to fund that type of development that we're looking at in the future. And so I voted for the revised fees with the understanding that we could establish a foundation for doing them. And in looking at the report at this point, I I think that there are some other options that have been introduced. I'm not comfortable in going through those options tonight because I think that we have further work to do on that foundation piece. And while I understand we would like to keep this moving, and there was work that was done on it, I also think that unless we establish a foundation that can be strongly supported, it puts the town into a position of risk that I don't think we want to tolerate, or I certainly don't want to tolerate. So at this point, I would be very uncomfortable with getting a staff report that has 6 options in it and no recommendation on how to proceed. I would much prefer to have some more work done on this and to bring it back to us at some point when that work has been done. So maybe a little different perspective on it. It's something that should be done, is necessary to get the kind of projects, but I certainly don't feel that we have the foundation that's been established to allow us to move this forward with any recommendations about different options tonight.
So at the January 16th, 2024 meeting, I was the sole vote in not adopting the fees. My concerns, as previously stated, still stand until resolved. So as I look at the options, I would say I'm partial to option 3, but I would request a continuation pending additional analysis. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing I would say is my lens isn't that we're looking at a new fee, we're looking at an updated fee. And there hasn't been a nexus study. We've got new projects that were never considered in the past. And in fact, I think the state is requiring us to update our fee and do a new nexus study. So I would say that the work that's been done is really good. Hearing my other fellow council members, it doesn't sound like we can make a decision tonight, but I think maybe we can refine the areas where we want staff to do more work. And I personally, I don't know if it has traction, would want to look at something in between some of the options that were presented to us, where we could look at the nexus study, look at the projects, and say, fair share is basically saying, or if my understanding is correct, fair share is basically saying we look at how many new housing units are there, what percentage of the entire community is it, and they pay that percentage. And I feel like there's an argument to be made that those additional houses can tip us to a point that, traffic just isn't a linear thing. We're going to hit a point and then it just is a chunk where if it's all cars, everything's going to stop. If we did I don't think we can do a level of service analysis for every intersection, but we know level of service will just tank at a certain level. We've seen that. So I would want staff to explore options where it's not full freight, because that would, looking at it more critically, that would put our fee so much higher than our neighbors. And I don't want to put a burden, HCD has pounded into us not to put burdens on affordable housing and new housing. And, looking at it in comparison to other communities, if we're an outlier with these fees, then we are burdening that development, and maybe that would impair our ability to meet our housing element. So I would be concerned about that, but I also think that we have to make sure that as we move into the future, we are creating and enhancing our infrastructure to meet the needs of all of our residents and our new residents, and adjusting in a way that allows this constrained, built-out town to accommodate new housing without blowing out houses to put in roads. So I think, I don't know if staff, I don't know if we need a motion to continue, a motion for more information on, is there middle ground? I'll defer to the mayor.
Well, I know we're going to be needing a motion to provide some direction, or if it's the council's will to do a continuation, but Councilmember Moore had his hand up, so I'm interested in his perspective and comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think this is an important discussion. I think that we're continuing to understand more about this fee and the best way to implement it. And I think I hear a lot of consensus from the council that a lot of the work that has been done is good, and that we want to take the data and analysis that's been done and create a fee that works, that is more reasonable, and I think that's important. And I think that we can use all of the great background work that's been done to adjust a little bit and do that in a way that meets the needs of the community. And I think, and so to get a little bit more specific, I'm generally in agreement with what Councilmember Risto is getting after. I think that the option 5 is on the face appealing to me. I think that in the staff report, it's clear that option 5 needs a little bit more work. So for us to understand, the feasibility of that and exactly how we want to pull on all the levers. But a few specific things that I think are important for me are I don't want to move forward with an option that drops the Highway 17 project. I think the Highway 17 project is crucial. I think that every single new development is going to contribute to worsening traffic on Highway 17. I think that that's clear to me. Much like how new development's going to impact Los Gatos Boulevard and other the other projects that are on this list. So I think really leaning into, we need to create a fee that is reasonable, that is levied against, or that is used to create projects that are specifically making better any issues or consequences of new development. I think and so I think there's more to talk about here, but I think that generally some version of option 5 is what I would start to lean toward, and where I'd want to see a little bit more thought.
Any further comment? Councilmember Rennie.
Just short. I also think we should probably do some more work on this for direction for staff. I like also the idea of exploring the fair share approach some more. But it sounds like the Highway 17 needs to be split out from that to be able to do this correctly from my reading of this report. I also agree we shouldn't drop Highway 17. It's really a parallel path for Los Gatos Boulevard. When the highway's full, or even if it's semi-full, people tend to drive down Los Gatos Boulevard, and a lot of the projects are going to be targeting Los Gatos Boulevard. So the best way, we can't widen Los Gatos Boulevard, but we can get people to take other routes that go around Los Gatos Boulevard, and people that are going further into town, it's better to keep them on the highway. So I think that really helps all of the development that's going to affect Los Gatos Boulevard. There's a couple developments that are coming right at 9 also that again are going to bring traffic into that Route 9 intersection. So I think you said all projects, but some things to the east end of town might not affect it, but most of the ones that are kind of associated with our housing element too. So I think I'm in agreement more or less.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, one comment, and then I'd be ready to offer a motion. The comment that I would make is that it may be represented that we're in consensus that this is all good or great. I wouldn't add my name to that. I would say that we're into this 2 years, and it's a complex area, and more work needs to be done, and that having the foundation established is an extremely important part of it. And so I would move that we continue this item with the verbal comments that were made tonight as input to staff, and ask that in the follow-up to this, that we be presented with no more than 3 options, hopefully 2, or even 1 recommendation. But I would look very much forward to a recommendation from staff on this. And so that's my motion.
All right. Do I have okay, so I'll go ahead and second that. Any comments? Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, first I'll just add that Councilmember Rennie articulated my comments well. I think that I'm in agreement with what he was saying, and I'll support this. But I think leaning on the if it has to be 3 and we want to kind of hone this down and continue kind of hashing it out, that's okay. Up to 3, I agree that less would be better. But I want to make sure we have the flexibility to bring forward whatever makes the most sense to the council.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be supporting the motion. And I guess, so to be clear, I would prefer staff not come back with just one recommendation, because I think given the Nexus study and given how we might define fair share, I would like some options in there. Like, are we looking straight numbers? Are we looking at tipping point, impact? So I think some dials in there for us to turn, or some variability. If that doesn't create an impossible situation, I don't want staff and consultant to be looking at every single possibility. But I think, something less than 100% and something more than straight off percentage is what I would want to explore.
Okay, with that, I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Right, we're continuing with other business, which is item number 18, and that is to discuss potential next steps with regard to the referendum of land use and community design elements of the 2040 general plan. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you. Gabrielle Whelan, Town Attorney, and supporting me will be Rick Jarvis with the law firm of Jarvis Fay, who has been advising me with regard to the referendum. So I have prepared a PowerPoint, and by way of background, there was a referendum that was circulated in 2022 to suspend the 2040 land use and community design elements of the general plan. Sufficient signatures were gathered to place that on the next general municipal election, which is November of this year. And when sufficient signatures were gathered, that had the effect of suspending the 2040 land use and community design elements, meaning that as of now, the 2020 land use and community design elements are in effect. Once sufficient signatures have been gathered, Elections Code Section 9241 requires that the town either place the referendum on the ballot at the next general municipal election for consideration by the voters, or rescind adoption of the piece of legislation that was referended. And the piece of legislation that's at issue here is the 2040 land use and community design elements. So those are the two basic decisions that we're looking for direction from the town council on, whether to rescind or whether to place the referendum on the ballot. As subsets of those decisions, there are some additional options for the council's consideration. The council could choose to prepare a second ballot measure to go on the same ballot at the November 2024 general election. And the timing is tight for that because any information would need to be submitted to the county by August 9th. And so, it's very close. The second option would be for the council to either select an ad hoc committee or to select staff members to meet with the referendum proponents to see if there might be interest in amendments to the 2040 land use and community design elements that would warrant withdrawal of the referendum. And then the third option for the council's consideration is to amend the land use and community design elements of the 2040 general plan. And if that is done after a year of rescission of the resolution, then the form of that revised element can be any form that the council desires. if the amendments were to occur within 1 year of rescission of the original piece of legislation, the town would need to demonstrate that there's a material difference between the new piece of legislation and the piece of legislation that was referended.
Okay, Vice Mayor, did you have a question at this point?
If the staff is complete, I have a question.
Okay.
Are there any next slides? Let's see. No questions.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
So my question is, on October 18th of 2022, there was a motion, and I'll read it, to reconsider the land use and community design elements after adoption of the 2040 housing element, no later than the time frame for the 2024 election. And that was passed unanimously. So my question is, why would this item be continued, considered at this time? And why wouldn't it be continued until after our housing element is either adopted or we have certification from the state, which I understand our next response is due on May 17th. So my question is, why would, given that council action, why are we considering this tonight?
I'll begin with an answer, and then Mr. Jarvis may have more information for the council. Staff felt it was important to bring it to the council this evening because if the council chooses the option of putting another ballot measure on the ballot, staff will need time to prepare that. And then, August sounds far away, but it's really not that far away in that the council doesn't have any meetings in July. And so we wanted to bring this to the council's attention before that happens. And then the elections code is written in such a way that it contemplates that agencies make a decision on rescission or placing the referendum on the ballot pretty quickly. In the town's case, the housing element had not yet been certified, and so there was interest in the town council's part in waiting until the town had a certified housing element, and so that was one reason for postponing it.
Vice Mayor, followed by the mayor.
Just a quick follow-up. Couldn't there be changes to our housing element that would come back to our general plan if we were to take this action now, that would affect what we're doing?
That is possible, but whatever the town staff would prepare for the council's consideration would be consistent with the housing element that's in front of HCD now. And so, I don't have a crystal ball, but, the town has provided all the information in the housing element that was requested by HCD.
Okay. My question, if council members were inclined to place the referendum on the ballot or prepare a separate ballot measure, cost and staff's time may be a concern in the decision. So can you elaborate what the cost factor would be, just estimates? Is it at the cost of our town residents? What's published on the ballot? I mean, how many pages? Who writes the pros and cons? I think we need to have some more information, so that we all can be on the same page in making an informed and common sense, hopefully, decision.
I'll start, and then the town clerk may have more information. The cost to place each ballot measure on the ballot is approximately $60,000. So that would be $60,000 for the referendum, and then an additional $60,000 for a competing ballot measure. And then in terms of staff time, it would be quite an effort to come up with the competing ballot measure in this tight time frame. And then if it was a city or a town-sponsored ballot measure, staff would be working on the ballot measure. The staff would not be working on the arguments for or against. And then if it were a ballot measure that was sponsored by a separate entity, that entity would prepare the ballot measure language.
Okay, so you just said that staff would not be working on the pros and cons. Is that what I heard? Well, who would do that? Who would author those?
Anybody who had, we can't, public entities can't advocate for their own legislation. They can provide facts. And so it would be interested parties like members of the public.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I guess one of the things I've been thinking about is whether we rescind or we wait for the ballot until the election. The two elements, the community design and land use elements, are suspended. So at this point, we're still operating on the 2020 versions. And my understanding is that the housing element actually cannot be supported by those 2020 elements. So I guess what I'm wondering is, regardless of what decision we make, do we have to start doing amendments to the 2020 versions? Say, for example, we decide to put this on the ballot. We're now operating under 2020. Is HCD going to expect us, if they're going to certify, to start doing amendments now, or the other alternative? Well, I guess that would be my question.
Thank you for that question. Jennifer Armour, Planning Manager. We actually have already done the initial amendments to the general plan that are required as part of creation of the housing element overlay zone. And we would proceed with any other implementation programs over the next few years.
Thank you. So for right now, continuing through the mayor, so are there more amendments we would have to make between now and November if we chose to put this on the ballot?
No, there are no additional amendments needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. I just need to make sure I understand the additional option number 3, which is to amend the land use element and community design element of the 2040 general plan. I mean, wouldn't you just write a whole new one? How do you, I mean, can you just elaborate on that? We'd amend that? Wouldn't you write a new one? And reconvene the GPAC?
Yeah, so the town would need to reconvene. Well, it's actually at the town council's option if you want to reconvene the bodies that worked on the original one. And it's also at the town council's option whether you choose to amend the 2040 version, to perhaps make minor changes, or if the council wanted to make wholesale changes and adopt a brand new version.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Seeing none, I am going to open public comment. We don't have any speaker cards. Do we have anybody on Zoom with hands up?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
I don't see anybody coming forward, so I am going to close public comment and come back to my fellow council members for comments. Motion? Councilmember Rennie?
I'll just say I'm really not in favor of a second ballot measure. In fact, I think I'm not really in favor of a first ballot measure. It's pretty highly unusual to have land use items on a ballot. I think we're doing our public a disservice by asking them to try to understand something as complex as a general plan and then vote on it. I just think that they're going to look at us and go, what are these elected leaders thinking? This is their job. Why are you sending it to me? So I'm more in favor of doing something to modify our current 2040 general plan to move forward.
Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with that. I think there's several important reasons why we should independently amend the land use element and community design element rather than putting it on the ballot. I think first, I've done a lot of thinking about this, so I've got a few thoughts here. First, the 2040 general election, I think, is going to be very contentious. I think we all know that, and I think putting a divisive topic on like this on the ballot is going to create unnecessary conflict in the town. And we're hopefully getting very close to bringing the housing element process to a close. And I think which has already been the cause of significant, disagreement within the town. And so I think that adding fuel to this fire through a ballot measure is not going to behoove any of us. Second, I think this issue, like Councilmember Rennie said, is very complicated and nuanced, and I think it will be difficult to properly educate the entire community on this topic. I think that there are lots of people who will attend these meetings and listen and spend the time to get up to speed on it, but it took years to create the general plan, and council members and commissioners who worked on that plan took months to get up to speed on all of the pertinent issues. So I think it's unlikely we will be able to communicate about this complex issue in a way that is fair to voters. I think we have to think about it in that way. Third, I think placing, as the town attorney referenced, this is going to be costly, costing well over $100,000. I think this is not a good use of resources in a year where money may be tight. To add to all of this, if the council did place this measure on the ballot, and the voters shot down the land use element and community design element, we would end up right back here, right where we are now, because then we still don't have a plan in place. We're still back to the 2020 plan. And so I think that would not be a good use of our limited time and resources, because it would just, be exactly where we are now in 9 months. And I don't think this is a good use of time, or I don't think that's something our residents would be in favor of. I think fundamentally it makes a lot of sense to avoid dividing Los Gatos, spending great sums of money, and potentially ending up back at square one by amending the elements of the plan ourselves. I think that's the path we should move forward with. I believe that the land use element and the community design element, the 2040 ones, were generally strong elements that people spent hundreds of hours creating and refining. And I think with some modifications in key areas, they can serve their purposes as the roadmap for development in our community.
Okay, Vice Mayor. I'm sorry. Next, go ahead, Councilmember Risto, and then it will be followed by the Vice Mayor.
I'm sorry. I thought you had said I would go after Councilmember Morris.
I got distracted by his conversation. I was paying good attention, so.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, kind of going along with that, my initial thought was I don't really like having this referendum handed to us, and then we just have to say, okay, you're right. Because a small group of people were able to pay people to pass around petitions. A lot of people will sign a petition just because they're like, okay, yeah, put it on the ballot or whatever. I'm fundamentally opposed to putting something as complex as land use on the ballot. So I didn't think the referendum made sense, but I also am feeling like it doesn't make sense to put this on the ballot right now. The general plan started in 2018, so the entire council was different except for one person here, and it's been through some iterations of council. I attended some of the public meetings in 2018 and 2019 where the general plan was being worked on, and the whole general plan was crafted in publicly noticed public meetings, and anyone in the community or even outside the community was able to come and give input and watch the meetings. And there were so many discussions on all the elements made. And the general plan elements that were suspended were the result of a robust amount of community input. And I feel like taking that and boiling it down to a binary decision, yes, no, doesn't really acknowledge all of the work, all of the thought, all of the compromise, and all of the planning that went into it. So for that reason, I am not going to want to put this on the ballot. That said, I also don't like the idea of deciding that we're going to rescind these elements, but that seems like the only choice I have. And then I look at it as, okay, it's less expensive to do that. The reality is people tend to vote no on something, so when this hits the ballot, it'll be very hard for those two elements to remain in place after the election. So I hate to predict, but I would think that we're going to end up at the exact same place in November, having spent a lot of money to put an item on the ballot, and then we'll be many months behind in terms of amending something that we want to do. And so given the really good work that went into these two elements, I would be very strongly supportive of, once we rescind this, going back, reconvening the GPAC, and working on what changes can be made to this so that we still have the good writing, the good forward thinking. Maybe we have to go back on density, but figure out where we have to be and do the same process we had, where it's a publicly noticed public meeting, people weigh in, and just like the first round of the general plan, it then goes to the Planning Commission, where people had the opportunity to speak, planning commissioners weighed in. Then it came to the council. There were meetings and people were able to speak. So I think we're going to do version 2, not as expensive, not as much staff time, but this whole thing hopefully won't cost us more than putting it on the ballot. But if we put it on the ballot, we still probably run the risk of spending a lot of money. So this whole referendum is costing us a lot of money and costing us a lot of time. So I'm picking the option that maintains public input, public engagement, public decision-making, and costs us the least amount of money and time.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to start with offering the opportunity for any council member to provide evidence that a small group of people paid people to sign petitions. There is a process for that that involves the state government investigating these things, and so I just want to make sure that there's an invitation to do that. Also, I would just come back to some of the fundamentals of why over 3,000 people signed that petition. And that petition is part of the fundamental democratic process, not only in California, but in the United States, to give residents and voters the opportunity to weigh in on important issues to themselves. And we heard from a large number of people that there were fundamental issues with that 2040 general plan. And so the idea of starting with that and tweaking with it, I think, is a challenge. And let me just mention some of the fundamental issues that voters and residents have reacted to. One is that it fundamentally removes the statement that about the small town character of Los Gatos and treasuring our hillsides and historic districts. It then goes on to offer town-wide upzoning, where only 80 acres were required to meet the state requirement, and 800 acres are being upzoned. Where we started with meeting a requirement for 1,993 in this RENA cycle, and yes, that's 8 years. And the general plan is 20 years, but there's nothing that says we couldn't come back and revise that if we needed to. But to go from 1,993 up to 18,000 units, and I don't believe that the environmental impact report supports that. So those are just some fundamentals that this isn't minor tweaks that we would need to make to this. And so I would just add that right now, if we were to rescind, if we were to rescind the 2040 general plan, my understanding is that what is in place is the 2020 general plan with the zoning amendments that have been made to accommodate the land use, the housing element, and that would be an appropriate starting point. It was the starting point of this whole process, which was direction to start with the 2020 general plan and make some changes to it to comply with state requirements, not to do the kind of complete change and fundamental transformation of our community that plan calls for. So you can see that there are some differences of opinion about this general plan, and so I think the best solution would be to start by meeting with the referendum proponents. I don't know why that hasn't happened, and to understand what might be acceptable to them, and to at the appropriate time, which would mean after we receive certification from the state, consider going to the second option, which is to rescind the 2040 land use elements and continue to make the necessary requirements to the 2020. But for those who think that it makes sense to go to this 2040 general plan that has the opposition of so many voters, I think that's done in peril of really not listening to our residents.
So I'll add to that. And as far as no one making an effort to meet with the proponents of the referendum, we've had a year and a half to do that. I mean, I don't know why, we waited so long, or why we wouldn't reach out, or why anybody wouldn't reach out and see, what would be acceptable and what happened as they gathered those signatures for the petition. As Councilmember Ristow stated, this general plan started in 2018. And it was with the town council that gave direction that our current general plan is working just fine. Let's refine it. Well, we didn't refine it. We fundamentally changed it with a lot of what I think is radical changes, and I don't think it represents the majority of what our town residents want for Los Gatos. With that, I would also want to rescind the adoption. I would also want to wait till we receive certification from the HCD. At that time, we can make changes to the 2020 land use element and call it a day. I think that would make the changes that we need to do to refine based upon housing that the HCD is requiring of us. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to address the Vice Mayor's first comment, I asked two of the signature gatherers when the signature gathering was happening if they were getting paid. They each said they were getting paid $10 per signature. So that was my experience with that. I also think the variety of gargantuan numbers like 18,000 units is not at all accurate or representative of what we're actually talking about here. The total number of units in the town of Los Gatos is 12,000 units. So to think that this plan is somehow going to create 18,000 units in about a decade or so, I think is not reasonable. I think getting into some of the specifics about how to go about this process and bringing back a materially amended 2040 general plan, I think if we reduce the number of units by approximately 15%, that is materially different. I think that can be done in a way that leans into the housing element and tries to bring the land use element into closer alignment with the housing element. And then I think that this plan could come to the GPAC for their review, then the Planning Commission, then the Council. And I think this can be done in some, I think, pretty easy ways. The number of ADUs laid out in the land use element is 500, but we only have 200 in our housing element, and so that's somewhere where we could reduce the amount by 300 units. The pipeline projects in the land use element, the 2040 land use element is 475. The housing element, it's a number closer to 200. And then I think so that's all the land use element. I think on the community design element, it'll be a little bit more complicated to work through that because doesn't have, I think 15% to me in a legal sense is materially different. That is a substantial difference in the number. I think that the community design element is a little bit more complicated, and I think that's where the GPAC could spend some good time to think through. I think obviously aligning that community design element more closely with whatever the changes to the land use element are is one way. And then if there's other ways that we need to change it in order to meet the criteria of materially different, I think the GPAC can kind of work through that, but that's kind of how I'm thinking about how this process could go.
All right, I'm going to comment. So you talk about being materially different. 15% reduction in number of units. I mean, I don't think we're just talking about numbers. I think we're talking about goals and policies in being materially different. So would the town attorney like to weigh in on what constitutes materially different?
I'll start, and then Mr. Jarvis may have more information. There's no cases deciding whether or not a change to a land use or community design element were materially different. I was able to locate a case talking about approval of a lease and whether the lease was materially different or not. And the court held that changing the term of the lease from like 15 years to 5 years was not materially different, because the reason the referendum was circulated was people were opposed to the fundamental idea of the lease. They weren't opposed to the length of the lease. And so the court said that they will look at the motivation behind the circulation of the referendum.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Estou.
Thank you. And yeah, to answer the Vice Mayor's question, I also was approached by or passed by petition gatherers who made comments to me about, do you want 3 knuckleheads putting 18,000 housing units in the town or other things? And so I asked them if they knew what they were talking about, and then I asked them if they were getting paid, and every one of them that I talked to was getting paid. So that's not here or there. It is legal to pay people to gather signatures, and I am not saying that everyone who signed this didn't know what they were doing. I'm not disparaging anyone who signed the petition. I'm just saying that it was an extreme tactic, and it worked. But I don't think that we should put this on the ballot. In terms of the changes that we want to look at, I know that when we went through the general plan, at one place we took out the word small town, but it had to do with the type of structures that we were building. And I think the discussion was it's actually almost misleading to talk about small town scale when we were going to be allowing 40 units an acre. And so I think it was more of just trying to have an honest, well-written document. So when it comes back, if we're going through the general plan committee and there's an idea that we want to add in the word small town, which do exist in quite a few places in both of those elements, but not as much as they did, that's an easy add. I think, and we do have a lot about it. So you can have a 4-story building with 100 condos and still have a small town feel. What gives us our small town feel is how we treat each other, what our downtown is like, walking, friendliness, our events. And so we can work back to that, making sure that if the feeling is those words aren't in there enough. I have every reason to doubt that that's why the referendum was created. I think it has more to do with the densities and the areas where it is. And so I think we could easily take the 2040 plans, look at it, say, how do we fit our housing element in here? And then scale back around there. The other kind of fly in the ointment is we do have to plan for an increase in density, like multifamily, fourplex type of things in our single-family neighborhoods. And so as we work through how we're going to implement that, that may affect how we do our elements. But I would say the community design element was really well written. It talks about why we are trying to put housing near shopping centers and in walkable, bikeable places, and it took a lot of work. So I think it'll take a lot more work to start with the 2020 version and get it up to speed. I think that we can do some great editing, working, rewording on the 2040 and bring it down to a scale. But that said, I think it needs to be a publicly noticed public process. The proponents of the referendum are certainly welcome to join in any of these publicly noticed public meetings, but I would be strongly opposed to having secret negotiations with a small number of people to decide what is acceptable. I think the entire community is owed the right to see how these alterations are made and what are the decisions behind it. So I would only support going back through the process. And, the other thing is, so if we do move to rescind, I would be fine with waiting until the housing element is certified to start working on the amendments. I don't think there's, it's nice to get that out of the way, but I think, staff can do other things. We can get to that later, but I think what's before us tonight, the critical decision is, do we put it on the ballot or rescind?
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'd be interested in staff's perspective on how much work would need to be done to the 2020 general plan, the one that is now in effect, in order to bring it into compliance. My quick understanding of it is that we have addressed all of the zoning requirements that and the land use requirements that came about through our housing element already, because we got a jump start on from our housing element. And so is the only work really needed for the 2020 plan, is it only to implement Program J, which is the one that calls for small multifamily in residential neighborhoods?
I'll start and then I invite the rest of the team to join in. It's going to depend on what the town council's objectives are for the land use and community design elements. Certainly conformance with the housing element is critical, and so as the council considers the next adoption of the housing element, should there be additional amendments to the 2020 general plan, we will certainly bring those forward. But we have not had really a discussion of what the council's vision is for the community design element in particular. So I would say, and that would probably need to be a separate meeting at some point, but I could imagine, again, we've got a variety of opinions on our town council, and we would certainly want to hear from our public, but a lot of it is going to depend on the direction from council. Reworking two elements is going to be work, whether we start at 2020 or we start at 2040. And so that's going to be, that's just a fact. And so, and as you know, our plate is very full, not only with the pending housing element, but also pending development applications. So this is going to be, it will take some work, and I just invite any other staff to answer the Vice Mayor's question. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Jennifer Armour again. The one part that I would also add is that the community design element is not one of the required elements of the general plan. So there aren't specific requirements for what be included in that element. That really is just about the town's vision for how we want the town to look as development proceeds in the future. For the land use element, we have made the changes that are legally required at this point to make sure that we are consistent with the state law, and we would proceed with any additional edits as required by implementation programs. But the land use element was more than just implementing the housing element. I also believe that we do have Community Development Director Paulson on Zoom, or he was going to, so he may have something in addition to add.
And he does have his hand raised, so maybe the town clerk can facilitate him being unmuted.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think that Town Manager Pavetti and Planning Manager Armour addressed those comments efficiently.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, followed by Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up because I really don't think I got a clear answer. In order to bring our current adopted general plan into compliance with the state, is there a lot of work that needs to be done other than implementing Program J?
It's already in compliance. So we are in compliance with state law. It's really a question of what other goals the council would like to achieve with its general plan, land use, and community design. And then again, we have a lot of implementation programs, and those are going to take a fair amount of time, and probably over that period of time there will be additional general plan amendments, most likely to land use, but perhaps to other elements of the general plan as well to maintain that internal consistency.
Just as a follow-up, without knowing how much the council might want to change the community design elements or make changes to the general plan to reflect some future change to it, I really don't see how we can say that there's a lot of work to amend the 2020 general plan. And I would be interested in a reaction to that.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for the council, but it's just once you start a public process and you start asking the question of, is this goal and policy still meet where we are today in 2024 and what our aspirations are for our future? I think we've already heard a lot through the 2040 process that, yes, people are looking for some new ways of doing development, some new ways of embracing our community and its heritage, embracing diversity. So, I think once we start a public process, we have to be open to those voices. And it does take staff work then to try and find the words to articulate the goals. But council direction is always going to be key in efforts like this.
Councilmember Rennie, followed by Councilmember Moore.
So since we have the paper here taking notes, I really have to give my alternate opinion on some things that were stated as facts, which I really believe are not facts. So the 18,000 units was surmised could happen if, first of all, we upzoned all the single-family neighborhoods, and that was dropped from the general plan that was adopted, so it could never be 18,000. And 18,000 means every piece of property in town that's not at max density somehow was bulldozed and rebuilt to its max density. If you've got a large yard that could fit 2 houses on it, you'd have to bulldoze it to get to 18,000 units. So, you just got to think, okay, do I want to bulldoze my house and build to max density? Probably not. Does my neighbor want to? Probably not. So you're probably not going to get max density. Then the other thing to think about is even with the 2020 general plan, if everybody bulldozed their houses and built to max density, you're going to get, if I recall, I asked this question a couple of years ago, something like 8,000 more units. So it's not a comparison of 18,000 to 1,900 units. That's just BS. So I want to make sure that the paper thinks through that before they quote any ridiculous numbers. The other thing is I also recall that the objectionable items in the community design element were really, if I remember correctly, 2 or possibly 3 of the goals or policies that were in there. So it's not that big a deal to take what we've already got and make it not so objectionable. Adding in words for small town character, I completely agree with that. That's pretty easy to fix, I think. And I think Councilmember Risto, I think, was the one that pointed out earlier, there's people that put hundreds of hours into building that. There's people that were on our committees. There were members of the public that came. There were items in that I was also looking forward to. Our current 2020 general plan doesn't really talk about things that I think would be good, like how do you design a parking lot so it's more walkable? How do you design, let's say, develop it on Los Gatos Boulevard so people are less likely to get in their car and drive 1 block down to the next place they might be shopping, but instead walking. So I recall items in that element like that I was really looking forward to, that I thought would make our town a lot better. So I really don't want to flush the work. The saying is, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? So I think there's a lot of good baby in that with only small number of things that need to be fixed. On the unit count, like I said, we did not upzone single-family neighborhoods as that was originally recommended by the General Plan Committee, and I think it got through the Planning Commission, but we removed that. The other item that was really objectionable to, I think, the referendum people was increasing the density of the medium-density housing. That was really the main item because we had eliminated the single-family neighborhood upzoning. So the changes really aren't that big a deal. And it's not this god-awful thing that's trying to be painted by some of the comments here. So I'm really in favor of working on maybe growing the baby up a slight bit.
So, okay, Councilmember Moore, I'm sorry, you're next.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I agree with a lot of the comments that Councilmember Rennie has made. I think the 2040 general plan is generally a very thorough, well thought out plan, and I think with some modifications can be brought back to a place where it works for our community. So I'm ready to try a motion, and so it's a little long, so bear with me, and if anyone wants it presented, I can email to the clerk. I move to direct staff to work with the GPAC to bring back a materially amended 2040 general plan land use element that decreases the total number of units planned for by approximately 15%. This change should be done in a way that more closely aligns the land use element with the draft housing element. Changes to the land use element land use designations should be avoided unless necessary to decrease the units in a way that is compliant. Staff should then bring this materially amended plan to the GPAC for their review, and Planning Commission, then Council. GPAC and staff would also suggest other ways the plan could be thoughtfully changed to achieve material difference. Some of the ways the number of units could be decreased would be to cut the ADUs and decreasing pipeline projects, as in the housing element. Further, I move to direct staff to make the necessary changes to the 2040 general plan community design element to reflect and conform to the proposed changes in the land use element. Please also recommend other areas of the community design element for the council to consider changing to meet the legal requirements of the referendum.
Okay, do I have a second, or does anybody need to have that maybe put up on the projector to kind of digest what was just said, or we can take a break if necessary, or Councilmember Ristow?
Thank you. I have a question. Can I ask a question before we have a second? Do we need to decide if we're going to put this on the ballot or rescind it first? Because we haven't made that decision. And I think, with all due respect to Councilmember Moore, I don't think we should be talking about next steps until we know what the first step is.
You know, I agree with that. So I don't know if that would mean an alternative motion for now.
It sounds like the maker of the motion may want to amend.
Yeah, sorry. That was very much an assumption in this motion. If I don't have a second with adding rescind the 2040 general plan, or the 2040 general plan land use element and community design element, we can do two separate motions, but for now, I would add that to this motion.
Oh. So now we need a second.
Councilmember Ristow?
I'm not going to second it. I think it's cleaner if we do it in two steps. So if I can propose an alternative.
I withdraw my motion.
Oh, you're going to withdraw it. Okay. Well, then I move that we rescind the 2040 community design and land use elements. Now.
Vice Mayor.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
No comment now.
Okay. Councilmember Rennie?
I don't know why my iPad's going crazy. I have a question. Do we have to resend it in order to modify it?
You could just amend what you have, but our staff's recommendation is to make a decision on either rescission or placing it on the ballot as a first step, since that's what the elections code requires.
Okay, I don't think we should put it on the ballot, so I'll second that.
Vice Mayor?
I wanted to offer an alternative motion.
Okay.
Well, it's a fresh motion. So my motion is to continue this item until we receive, actually, I'll put a date certain on it, which is May 21st, which is 4 days after we are due to receive our comments back from HCD. And I'd like to just make a comment that I think it's premature to take this action now, not knowing what our housing element will look like. And so I think that there is certainly risk of going down this path because it's very possible that changes would be made. In fact, I believe Saratoga has gotten additional comments after they thought they were done, and we don't know where we stand. And so to me, it doesn't make sense to start down any path. I also, frankly, don't understand why this is on the agenda tonight, given that there was a council motion that said we shall not consider this until the housing element is adopted. So those are some reasons for my motion.
And I will second that. Any comments? Councilmember Ristow.
Yeah, I have no problem with the rescission tonight. If I can understand not wanting to take next steps because they don't know what they'll look like until or unless the housing element is certified. But given that if we can't decide if we want to rescind or put it on the ballot, that's a real problem. Because if we want to wait until May and then suddenly come up with a decision, oh, we do want to put it on the ballot and we want to put an additional, another item on the ballot, I'm losing my mind. If we want to put two things on the ballot, there is not time. So I think we really have to make that decision right now. And so, I'm ready to vote on this item, whether to rescind or not, before the housing element is certified.
And just a point of parliamentary procedure, the substitute motion is going to be the next thing that you vote on.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now I'm going to, Councilmember Rennie, do you have a comment?
I was just going to say, since I don't want to put it on the ballot, I think waiting doesn't really matter. But then on the other hand, the option to not putting it on the ballot is rescinding it. So I'm not sure why we're waiting either. So I'm tending to not support the alternate motion. And, I do appreciate staff bringing this to tonight because you did ask the question, did we also want a second ballot measure, which needed to be asked tonight? For me, I don't think we want to do either ballot measure, so I'm still okay with rescinding tonight.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just a little explanation about why I think it's important to wait until we have the certification. That will tell us whether there are further changes and how dramatic the changes need to be to our 2020. Our 2020 is adopted now, and it's in place and it's legal from what I understand. And so while some may want to go down the path of transforming the town and picking up where this was led off, I don't think that's where we want to go. And so I think at this point, it's better to wait until we hear and to engage with the proponents of the referendum, because it may very well be that, we take an action and they're going to do another referendum. And I think it would be really wise, to start that process, to give ourselves a little bit of time and to do that option 2, the additional option 2, which was to meet with the proponents and understand what might be acceptable to them.
Okay, so with that, I think I can call the question to his motion and me seconding it. So all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion fails 3-2 with Councilmember Rennie, Councilmember Moore, and Councilmember Ristow voting in opposition. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, before we go on to the other motion, I wanted to make a comment that this is the same 3-2 vote that has brought us to having a referendum. And I would be really surprised if going down that path of a council that can't come to agreement and continues down this 3-2 path is going to lead to anything good and to unifying the town at all. I think that this process should wait until we engage with the proponents to understand whether we're going to have another referendum sitting in our face on this. And so I would just add that comment that I think it makes a lot of sense to engage and to understand before just continuing this machine that has put something on the residents of the town that they don't like.
I would just like to add the comment that in addition to council backtracking on a prior motion that was made unanimously, I would have concerns about future backtracking about any adding the small town character back in. I don't have a lot of confidence that that would happen, but Councilmember Rennie, please go ahead.
So before we vote on the next motion, could somebody remind me what the motion is? Because I thought it was just to rescind.
That's
and
correct.
so I'm completely confused by the comments I just heard.
Yeah, the motion is simply to rescind the 2040 land use and community design elements.
Okay, thank you.
So Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. And I don't know why there would be a 3-2 split, because I think we were all in agreement that we don't want to put this on the ballot. And I think we were all in agreement that, I mean, we don't have a choice. We have to revert back to 2020. We've been operating under the 2020 elements, and now the time has come to make that decision that we are rescinding it as opposed to putting it on the ballot. I don't see any controversy about that. And so I think this should have been a 5-0, but we can move forward.
Vice Mayor.
I would just add that the reason that I think rescinding does not make sense at this time is that we haven't engaged with the proponents to understand what might be acceptable. And so we would be then leaving ourselves in a position where this is completely unresolved and could, rescinding in and of itself is not an option. There are things that have to happen if we rescind. We have to make modifications to the 2020, or we have to start again with the 2040 or come up with something new. And I don't think that this is providing direction. I think it would be, I think rescinding makes sense, but I think it makes sense after we understand the direction on our housing element for the very reasons that I made the motion and it was passed, I think, unanimously in 2022.
Okay, Councilmember Ristow.
Question for staff. My understanding is that we could just go back to the this is how we've been operating under the 2020 elements. And so all we're doing is we're forced legally to either put it on the ballot or do this now. We don't have to change the 2020 at all, except for the incremental changes we've done. So this could be the be-all and end-all right here, but I don't understand how negotiating with the people who put the referendum there changes the rescission. Either way, the 2040 elements can't stand, and then we are legally bound to have limits on how we change it. So I guess what I'm asking staff is, would we, if we didn't care about the direction, if we didn't care about all the work that went into it and the vision that was in those 2040 elements, could we just rescind the 2040 elements, live with the 2020, and just stay there and do nothing?
Right. That's where we are now. So if council were to rescind the 2040, then that would essentially say that it's no longer a suspension. Suspension means it's still kind of pending, but if you rescind, then the 2020 is in place with the amendments that you've already made to be consistent with the housing element. And then you don't need to do anything else until we hear back from HCD. And then as council decides what else it may want to do with the land use and community design. That could be later, or we start working on we're going to have to work on our implementation programs for the housing element, which may result in additional land use changes to the element. But just rescinding tonight, we have an adequate general plan. We are in compliance with state law.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
I would just point out that in the staff report, it says the main disadvantage of this approach is that there could be another referendum after the council readopts the elements later. And so what I'm saying is that this may be the appropriate thing to do after we hear from HCD and after we engage with the proponents of the referendum. It may very well be the right thing to do. I just think that it's premature now to do it and give up and lead us into this area of disadvantage and uncertainty.
And I would just add that while it says the main disadvantage, there's an assumption that the council would readopt the elements, but that doesn't necessarily have to happen. So it's really if the council readopts the 2040 elements. And so obviously with the rescission, we would be operating with the 2020 as the base for those two elements.
Okay, any further comments? And I believe we have a motion on the table, and I'm going to need to hear it one more time.
The motion is simply to rescind the 2040 land use element and the community design element. So basically, we'll be operating exactly as we have been operating with the suspended, but we're officially rescinding them. We are doing exactly what the referendum wants us to do.
Well, I provide my comment that I like the idea of rescinding it, but I don't know what the future holds, and I would rather have more of a comfort level in knowing that we did meet with the proponents of the referendum and that we hear back from the HCD. I don't see any harm in waiting for that. Councilmember Ristow.
I guess hypothetical, I don't understand what meeting with the proponents would do. Would they suddenly say, no, we change our mind, you can keep the 2040 elements? I mean, basically, this is a binary decision. This is a clear, simple decision. Do we decide right now that instead of going to the ballot, we're going to rescind these two elements, and then later at another meeting, we can decide how we're going to deal with it? Do we want to just live with the 2020 elements, or do we want to make any amendments, or do we want to, rework it? That's a whole separate motion. This does not make any other assumptions except that we're doing what we're legally bound to do.
Okay, so we have a motion. We had a second? All right, I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Passes 3-2. The mayor and vice mayor opposed. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So if there's any interest in my motion, we can go that way. Or I think we could also provide the direction this evening, and maybe this is a question for staff, but so I guess question for staff. Could we provide a motion as general as begin to prepare materially different amendments to the 2040 general plan land use element and community design element, and work with the GPAC to bring those to the council?
If it's the council's wish, again, we have a housing element that we really need to finish. So I don't want to create an expectation that we have the capacity to convene the GPAC at this time. So
right. So could it be, sorry, through the mayor? Would it be appropriate so we understand staff's timeline a little bit better, amend the land use element and community design element after we hear back from HCD on the housing element?
We would prefer to get all the way through adoption and to have that certification letter in hand before we start a whole new planning effort. And again, just a reminder, we have a lot of implementation items. So if council wants us to also be working, and we're going to need to work on our housing element, because every March they're going to be looking for, you said by this date you would do X. So where are you with your housing element? So again, we have a small staff, but we can, if it is the will of the council, once we get through the housing element and all the adoption, we can certainly begin a community process. But even that, what is materially different? I think we would need a little bit more guidance by the town council on what that would mean, and our attorneys may also need to do more research on that.
Okay, great, thank you. And that's just for the council's consideration. That's the route I'm most interested in going down tonight.
Okay, but that's not necessarily a motion that you're intending to make.
Not a motion right now.
All right, Councilmember Rennie.
I think we do want to have a motion to bring this discussion back after the housing element is certified, just to make sure that it does come back. So I'll make that motion.
Have a second? Councilmember Moore?
Second.
All right, I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. All right. See, we work together. Okay. Anything more on this? I believe we can close this item out. Thank you, Mr. Jarvis, for your attendance tonight and guiding us through legal issues. All right. I think we should take a break. So let's meet back at 10 after 9. Right, council is back, and we are moving on to item number 19, which is to adopt a resolution approving the comprehensive fee schedule, which I'll allow Ms. Anvari to give us a staff report in far more detail than I just stated.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Gita Ungvari, Finance Director. The item in front of you is the Town of Los Gatos fiscal year 2024-25 proposed fee schedule. Like most municipalities, the town sets fees in accordance with the state law to recover the town cost of providing those services. The town last comprehensive fee allocation study was in 2019-20. The comprehensive fee schedule allows for annual adjustment of fees by the average increases of the consumer price index. This consumer price index for the calendar year was 3.5%. The proposed fee schedule also recommends modification reflecting current services provided by the town, previously not included in the fee schedule, such as the street pole banner program, updating special event classification rates, eliminating of certain fees such as parking permit. Since we are not using that, we are digitally storing all the information. And the development fees include some verification and additional information on building permit fee refunds. So just to making the user fee schedule a little bit more user-friendly. The proposed fee schedule also includes an updated layout of the park reservation fees and special use permits. And all of the fees and changes are can be found attachment 2, summarize all of the adjustment, reclassification, and deletion. And attachment 1, Exhibit A to attachment 1 just lines the red line fee schedule, so all the changes can be found. The town conducted outreach to prospective constituencies to inform them of the proposed fee changes. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Town Council adopt the resolution approving the comprehensive fee schedule for fiscal year 2023-24 as presented, Exhibit A of Attachment 1. This concludes staff presentation, and all the directors and staffs are available to answer any of the questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Vice Mayor Hudes.
I had a couple questions on the report. On page 2, on the bottom, item number 3, it says new multiple, family mixed use. Are we referring to multi-unit residential when we say new multiple?
I would refer this question to the planning manager.
Thank you for that question. Jennifer Armour, Planning Manager. Yes, multiple family and multifamily are both responding to or referencing the same thing.
Okay, thanks. I think we usually refer to it as multi-unit, right?
We use different terms in different contexts. We are not consistent with just a single term.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. I had a question for staff on the new banner fee. I'm curious if we've had a chance to talk with the chamber about this, because this is obviously going to impact their campaign, which is really exciting to have new banners up in the town. And so that's one part of the question. And then the other question is, do we have any sort of ballpark on how many banners there are and like the approximate total cost that the chamber will incur for this?
Hi there, I'm Monica Wren, Economic Vitality Manager. Thank you for that question. So actually, we've never had a cost listed in the fee schedule, and what we've done in the past is when someone's come forward with a street pole banner request, we've kind of gone out and done the work and then back charged them for that. And what we found is that it's really not forthcoming with the information. So a lot of times they'll come to us and they'll say, I have X number of dollars, how many poles can I do? So we worked backwards and kind of figured out what it cost over the last few installations that we've done actually for the chamber. And then we were able to come up with the cost so that that covers actually putting the banner up and taking the banner down. And so it could be a shared cost if there's somebody coming up back behind it and we're replacing one banner with the next. That's how the program was intended. However, we found that most folks don't have one coming behind it, so we're putting forward the full charge so that we can be transparent up front. And I'm sorry, the second part of your question, I missed it.
Yeah, so they're doing this big campaign right now. They're going to be replacing a bunch of these. Do you know about how many banners we have? Do you know about the total cost? And with that, is the chamber comfortable with that number?
So off the top of my head, I don't, but we do have a map that lists all of the polls, and we have them listed by zones in the policy, so folks can choose certain zones, and there is a total number there. And I can look that up if you'd like it now, or I can just point you to where it is.
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful. My main question for adopting this is does the chamber know this is the number? Is this going to impact their new campaign? Have we had this conversation with them so they're not surprised?
So I don't know that they know that this is exactly the number. However, the way that this banners has been working is that the chambers has been applying for a grant, and they have been receiving a grant, and that grant has been specific for these banners. So just as they did in their last installment, the town has actually already awarded them the grant. And so with that grant funding, off the top of my head, I think they can do over half. I want to say whatever they did for the last campaign would be the exact same number. They actually didn't end up paying anything outside of that grant last time. And so we can work with them to see what that number is at the 220 and look at the top of the grant. So do they specifically know this number? I don't believe so, but we can definitely work with them, and it hasn't changed from what it was in the past.
And one final part of this, if that's all right. Do you know what the total dollar amount of that grant is that they got?
I can look it up and let you know in just a minute.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
Vice Mayor?
One number that jumped out at me was number 20, police officer. It went from $166 to $251, which is a 51% increase. Most of these have moved around by, 6% or something like that, and this one has a significant jump. What's the period of time that it went up by 51%?
The previous, couple of years ago, we revamped the fee schedule and included additional information in one place for the special permit. Related to special permits, and we carried our order rate for the police officer. The police officer rate was not updated annually in the prior fee schedule, so the current rate reflects the current billing rate for the police officer. So I cannot tell you when last time we updated. We just worked for that order rate for special events.
I'm not sure I fully understood. Over what period of time have the police officers costs gone up by 51%?
So I couldn't tell you exactly what time, because I don't think we updated annually the police officer rate in the fee schedule. So it was an order rate, so I have to go back and see what year it was, but I assume it's a couple of years ago.
Thank you.
Any further questions? See none. I am going to open public comment and see if there's any hands raised on Zoom.
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Right, no speaker cards coming forward. I will close public comment and look to my council members for comments. Motion, Vice Mayor.
I don't know if this was an editing omission, but on page 33 for parking fee, number 5 for Oak Meadow Park, what is the resident fee? It looks like no charge was stricken, but I don't see a replacement.
Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works, that's correct. We would, if and when we implement parking paid parking at Oak Meadow, we would look to implement paid parking for both residents and non-residents.
Okay, it just seems odd to me that we're adopting this schedule now, and it just says resident. It doesn't say resident same as non-resident, or resident to be determined in the future, or resident no charge. So it just kind of stood out to me.
I think that's an easy thing to correct as we publish the final document.
So is it
Thank you.
no charge at this time?
Currently, no one gets charged parking fee at Oak Meadow, and they will not for the foreseeable future. When we do implement paid parking, we would like it to be paid for both residents and non-residents. I think that it was actually a topic of discussion at one point when we talked about the parking program.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I thought I read this, and now I found it. On page 220, the explanation for the police officer stated that in the past, overhead was never calculated in, and now it's calculated in. So that higher number is reflecting overhead. So it wasn't that it was a 50% jump, but we are doing the full freight cost of a police officer now. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And then we also carried that older, the lower charge in the past too, because we didn't update that rate annually. And then we just, since we incorporated all of those billing rates to the fee schedule, right now it will be in our annual process of updating those billing rates.
Okay, so
with the overhead.
So basically that doesn't follow CPI. So essentially we need to update the cost, and in this case, not only did we update the cost, we updated the full cost, and so that accounts for the big jump.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, please do.
Do we have another comment before I do that?
Just if the Economic Vitality Manager had an answer on the... Thank you.
No problem. So we did grant them $12,000. And then on the special events page, there's actually a map of every street pole that could possibly hold a banner in town. And I would say there's hundreds. So typically we have them set out by zones. And it looks like on the Chamber's application, they've actually selected the zones and the poles that they would like.
Great, thank you. And that looks like they could do over 50 banners. That's great. Thanks.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
I move to adopt the resolution approving the comprehensive fee schedule for FY 2024-2025 contained in attachment 1.
Councilmember Moore.
Second.
Any comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Okay, moving on to item number 20, which is to introduce an ordinance regarding sign regulations. And I will wait to hear a report from Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Gabrielle Whelan, Town Attorney. This item relates to introduction of amendments to the town sign ordinance. The Town Council had a study session approximately a year ago. And the council sentiment was that the sign ordinance is working very well as it is. And so the council was interested in just minimal amendments required to bring the ordinance in line with recent case law and to clear up an ambiguity related to signs in the public right-of-way. And so the first goal of the amendments was to eliminate content-based regulations. And the courts define those as regulations where one has to read the sign in order to determine whether it's prohibited or not. And examples of content-based regulations are regulations that are specific to political signs or real estate signs. And then the second goal was to clarify that signs are not permitted in the public right-of-way. The town had an existing provision that prohibited signs on pavement, but it was silent with regard to the median and the area between the paved road and the sidewalk. And so those issues have been addressed, and the draft ordinance went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission had additional suggestions, which I've summarized on the next slide. The Planning Commission recommended that there be a definition added for yard signs. which has been implemented. They recommended revising the definition of what constitutes a temporary sign to give examples of different types of temporary signs, and to add to the 90-day time limit to reference the fact that sometimes there's other standards set forth elsewhere in the sign code. And then the recommendation was to change the term jointly and severally liable for signage to jointly and severally responsible for signage that's been placed in the wrong location. And then they had 3 other suggestions. They recommended that yard signs be limited in size to no more than 6 square feet, and that there be no limit on the number of yard signs. They recommended removing the general prohibition on flags, banners, and balloons and addressing them as temporary signs that require a permit. That revision has been made. Only temporary signs on commercial property will require a permit. Temporary signs on residential property will not require a permit. And then the Planning Commission recommended making the size of signs on construction sites proportional to the size of the parcel. In the previous code, the town had one standard for all parcels. And so the standard that is proposed is, I believe, 32 feet for the first 100 linear feet of frontage, and then that goes up to 64 square feet for sites that have more than 100 feet of linear footage along a road. Next slide. And so that sums up the amendments that have been made. I did contact the Realtors Association and the Chamber of Commerce. I did not receive questions. I'm anticipating that that's because the regulations for temporary signs that will cover real estate signs now are not more onerous than they were previously. And so if the council decides to introduce this ordinance, it will come back to the council for adoption, and then it would take effect 30 days after adoption.
Councilmember Rennie, followed by Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, so the real estate signs or the open house signs were the open house signs are the ones I was most interested in. I think you've got something in here where you can have one per corner kind of thing, but it falls under a temporary sign, which it says could be there for 90 days. So they could leave their open house sign out for 90 days. Is that right?
There's a special provision for the signs at the intersections, and those have to be removed daily.
Daily. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Yeah, kind of along the same lines. And so I think most of my questions have been answered about the real estate signs, but just so I'm clear, my understanding is this really isn't it's not a huge difference for realtors, right? It's pretty similar to what we have now.
It is. It's just classifying the open house signs as a form of temporary signs. And so really, I guess the difference from the town's perspective is that if someone wanted to, someone could put a temporary sign that was not a real estate sign at that intersection, but they would have to remove it on a daily basis.
Great, that makes sense. Thank you. And then one other question is, political and campaign signs are now, we're silent in this on that specifically. How are they?
They're classified as temporary signs.
And so they have to be removed every day?
No.
Because they're not on corners.
Yeah, right, exactly. There's special rules for the temporary signage at the intersections. But yard signs of any type are permitted. And then signage on private property. But there won't be any temporary signage permitted in the median of the road, on the sidewalk, or in that grassy area that's between the paved road and the sidewalk.
Understood. Thank you. And thank you for being very thoughtful about this. I think we were all, I was very hesitant at the beginning about doing some big change here, and I think this has come together very well. So thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the political signs. And so with the last answer, that political signs are treated exactly like temporary signs. So we had a whole series of regulations on the timing of political signs, when they can go out, when they had to be collected, and including some of the placement. So does that all go away with this?
So that has been replaced with a 90-day time limit, And so any temporary sign can be displayed for a maximum of 90 days.
Okay, I do see some challenges with that because who's going to be out there with a calendar marking when a political sign went out to know when it gets taken down versus the old process was that they had to get taken down by a certain date and they could go out by a certain date. And so I'm concerned about that. I'm also trying to really understand why we're doing that with political, because my understanding is there's a fundamental difference between political speech and commercial speech. And, that the Supreme Court has held that not all speech is of equal First Amendment importance. And the court, has long considered political speech to be different than commercial speech. And so I'm kind of interested in why we feel we're compelled to put commercial and political together and make no distinction.
You're correct that commercial speech enjoys less protection than non-commercial speech, and political speech is a form of non-commercial speech. There was a case decided in 2018 where a city's sign ordinance was struck down in its entirety because they had a special prohibition against religious signs. And the court in that case held that you have to regulate all signage, and they were specifically talking about non-commercial speech without regard to the content. And so a regulation that addresses political speech is regulating based on content because one needs to read what the sign contains in order to determine whether it's permitted or not. And so the goal of these amendments was to regulate signs based on size of the sign, location of the sign, duration of the sign being placed there. So that was the intent behind the proposed amendment.
Yeah, so I'd be interested to know how much this has taken across the state, whether Los Gatos is going to be in the lead on removing timeframes for political signs. And it isn't only, what is lesser or what's more, but there's some fundamental differences in the type of speech that's expressed on political signs. And so, it seems as though we've decided that it's all the same.
In doing my research, I did notice that a lot of cities in this area do still have content-based regulations, but I do think it's a risk. I do think it jeopardizes the sign ordinance as a whole.
Okay, any further follow-up questions? I still need to go to public comment. And I don't see any speaker cards, any hands on Zoom.
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, I'm going to close public comment and go back to our council members for comments. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I think it does get tough when we have to be content neutral. I think about how, especially in the last several years, a lot of people either keep their political signs up year-round or they have signs that could be deemed political, that talk about their beliefs or what they want. So with a 90-day limit, and I watched the planning, I'll go back to that. With a 90-day limit, does that mean somebody would have to take their sign down for a day and then they start the 90 days again?
I mean, theoretically, that could occur, yes.
Because there are people that have signs in their front yards year-round. Okay. And then I think enforcement gets difficult. I think the easier part to enforce will be the public right-of-way in other areas. So I'm always a little concerned about having a rule that we can't really enforce. But I also understand the motivation behind changing this. It was easier when campaign signs couldn't go up before a certain date and they had to be down within a certain number of dates. Hopefully all candidates locally or people supporting people will take the signs down so we don't always look like a flea market. But I will say that with these other changes, I did watch the Planning Commission meeting and I appreciated the conversation they had and the changes they made. And I think given the restriction that we've got, that we really do need to be content neutral, and that suddenly does a brain thing to you because you're going, oh, yeah, I can't call it this kind of sign. It's just based on size and location. I'm happy with what we have, and I know that as we go forward, there will be options to course correct if all of a sudden we find out we have 85 signs on a corner, or we have 15 signs in someone's front yard and we want to limit the number of signs. But I think until we see how this plays out, I'm really comfortable supporting this.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I thought about this too, and it is, I think it's kind of too bad, but I think this is probably our best approach, and I think, again, this is, when we first talked about this, I was pretty concerned about how this might impact the town. I think this is minimally impactful. I also think there is a sort of functional piece of the political signs that theoretically, especially with campaign rules, all of the political signs should be taken down by February, for this upcoming election. The last date a sign would go up is on November 5th of this year. So theoretically, they should all be taken down by February 5th, and I think that is relatively enforceable. I don't know, I guess someone could put one up after the election. But yeah, I think it's not, to me, this doesn't seem like a huge change, and I think it makes sense.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I would just say that I did listen to the Planning Commission, and I do appreciate the work that was done and the changes that they've made. The part that I'm uncomfortable with is the change to the political signs. I think that there was a reason why Los Gatos has some of these regulations, and it doesn't look like, the San Fernando Valley or something, because we control the signs, and the ones that are the ones, and just in terms of quantity, it's political signs that we're talking about. I think that this is unenforceable because I don't think anyone will know when the 90 days starts on these things. I think it's, I think there is adequate justification in First Amendment speech to allow us to have a difference between political speech and commercial speech. And so I would not be interested in changing our current rules on the political signs, and I'm not convinced that we need to, because I think there are fundamental differences between political and commercial speech. And so I would be in favor of everything in here except the political signs. I think we should retain our existing policy on political signs.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I absolutely sympathize with the Vice Mayor's comments. For a question for the town attorney, what I heard in your statement is that adding back political signs compromises the ordinance as a whole. Could you talk through that a little bit more for us?
Yeah, so this ordinance does have a severability clause, and so it does say if any portion of the ordinance is ruled unlawful, the rest of it will stand. And so, conceivably, if the council wanted to go in this direction, I could revamp the ordinance to include political signage with special rules and include a severability clause. I'm leery of doing that because whenever you have one provision of an ordinance that's not constitutional, the rest of it is potentially in jeopardy. But that's definitely an avenue I could explore. So there's an argument to be made that the severability clause would save the rest of the ordinance.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I guess, and that appeals to me. In general, I don't want that town to look like a carnival. I don't like, signs all over the place. The day after a campaign, I've always gone out and voluntarily cleaned up every candidate's sign and returned them to them. But what I was hearing is that political speech is different than commercial speech, and it almost sounds like you can put more restrictions on commercial speech than on political speech, and it sounds like what we want to do is put more restrictions on political speech than commercial speech, because we would be restricting the time. If we went back to our other system, we'd be restricting the earliest date that the sign can come up, and we'd be commenting on when it had to come down, and that sounds more restrictive to me than 90 days.
So I might have to ask you to repeat some of the question, but there is a distinction in the case law between commercial and non-commercial. And non-commercial, which includes political speech, gets the highest protection. And then separate and apart from that whole concept, the courts say ordinances shouldn't be content-based, meaning you have to read the ordinance. Read the ordinance to figure out whether or not the sign is prohibited or not.
Right. So I guess then my concern would be if we keep our rules about political signs and we are restrictive on when they can be put out and when they have to come down, it sounds to me like we're being more restrictive on political speech than on commercial speech. And we're being content driven.
Yeah, so, from a legal perspective, the main concern is that it's a content-based regulation because you singled out a certain type of temporary sign.
Okay. And we can call it campaign signs. I mean, political also can be interpreted a lot of different ways. So I'm wondering if we do want to follow this path, do we want to talk about campaign signs versus political signs?
I have one more thought first. And so with regard, I can give it more thought, like with regard to signs that pertain to a specific event. I think there's some language in here about the special event signs have to be removed, after the event has occurred. I can give the issue more thought.
Councilmember Rennie, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was just trying to think through this. Probably doesn't work, but is there any way we can regulate who paid for the signs? Because campaign signs are paid for by campaigns. So so we're not regulating what they say, we're regulating their length of time based on who paid for it.
Yeah, in other areas of the ordinance, like construction signs, the ordinance talks about where the sign is placed. The sign is placed on a construction site. Conceivably, the ordinance could get at, who placed the sign, who paid for the sign. I do think that would be really hard practically to determine.
Except campaign signs have to have on the bottom with the campaign number and everything. So there's already another state law requiring that it actually says who it's paid for by, and then if we could then regulate, the type of people, whoever's certain type of people that bought it or organizations bought it, then you could get to what we're trying to do without worrying about the content of the sign.
Vice Mayor, followed by Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I would just say that I don't think that our current regulations are necessarily more strict. They're just different because political speech is different, and having that period of time allows multiple people to have access in that window. And I'm concerned that in the implementation of the 90-day, we would be putting an undue burden on political speech by checking and seeing, when they put their signs out. The other temporary signs generally are going to be like real estate signs and things like that are going to be much shorter duration. And by the way, I don't think the issue so much is how early you can put them out, although, we do have some regulations about that. It's more about when they need to be picked up so that, the town can look decent, and there's been some thought into doing that, and I'm concerned that we're throwing that out. So I'd be in favor of doing a little more research on ways to implement something closer to our existing political sign ordinance, whether it's campaign signs. I can't remember what the language is, but it is specific to campaigns that my concern is about. It's not about a general political billboard or something like that.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think, I think this is an important conversation to have. But for me, and I'm glad we're talking this through. This doesn't seem like a huge change to me, and I think this is a more elegant solution to the problem of the sign ordinance. And I think our town attorney has already spent a lot of time, kind of making this work, and I think it's a good solution. And I think we just have to be realistic that if we spend a lot more time on this ordinance, then there's other ordinances that are not going to be addressed this year. And I think for me, this is adequate. And like Councilmember Risto said, if there ends up being an issue, we can absolutely revisit this. But to me, I see the value of the conversation. I hear not wanting to pollute the town with political signs. But I think this is decent enough to move forward, and then if we need to come back, we can. But I don't think this is worth spending a lot of extra time and taking away from our other ordinances on things like, other important things that we talked about when we did our ordinance discussion.
Vice Mayor?
I mean, I agree that we don't want to spend too much time, but I think we're going to spend more time on enforcement on this. Somebody doesn't like their opponent's sign, they're going to say that it was up for more than 90 days, and then who's going to prove when that sign was put up, and where's that going to fall on, the police or code enforcement or, all of that. I just think that we have a pretty elegant solution to deal with that now, and there would be a lot less effort in the implementation for what we currently have.
I would say, speaking from experience where I live, we have parking issues, and we have guest parking that residents like to park in the guest parking, and we recently passed some new rules that the residents can park there for 4 hours. And now we have residents that park there for 7 hours, but then they say, oh no, during that 7 hours, I moved my car. Even though it looked like it didn't move, and it moved just right back, it probably didn't move, period. So I see that same issue playing forth with what we're talking about with these political signs. How do you enforce it? How do you know they didn't remove it and then put it right back? And I just think, I don't like the idea of a whole lot of political signs. I mean, to me, it just doesn't make the candidate. And I think I've even seen, candidate signs right now on the medium strip of Highway 9 at North Santa Cruz Ave that probably need to be picked up. I'm tempted to pick one up, but I like the candidate, I'm sorry to say. Anyway, that's my comment. Anybody else? All right, does somebody want to make a motion? Vice Mayor.
Move to adopt the recommendations here with the exception of political signs where I think I would like to have town attorney come back with a proposal that more closely matches our current political signs. Everything else on this is great.
I'm going to second that because I don't think it would involve that much more time. I know Councilmember Moore was concerned about time and effort, but I think it's important to get this done right. So I would second that. Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, question for the town attorney. So there's 5 other ordinances that we prioritize this year: SB 9, street vendor, organic waste, wireless facilities, water efficient landscaping. Do you think this takes away from your, single person ability to get through those? I mean, I guess maybe the general question is how long is it going to take to hash this out?
I do have a budget for outside counsel, and so I think what I will do is run this question by outside counsel, and so I don't think it will affect the ability to come up with future ordinances this year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ristow.
I have a question that might not be able to be answered, but is there, when candidates get orientation for running, and we might not be able to control outside candidates, could we just have a voluntary code of compliance, or just a way to say, it's voluntary. I pledge not to put my signs out before this date, and I will take them down within 3 days of the election And it's not enforceable, but we just ask candidates to do that. Is that something, or is this going to create a whole different thing to try and create something legal? It's not legally binding, but just a request to candidates reminding them that if they could, we'd like all the signs cleaned up within 3 days of the campaign. I don't know if the clerk or the attorney or who can answer that.
I'm not aware of a candidate orientation.
There is a candidate orientation. I think that would be either a policy decision or it would be something as a whole. If you recommended, we can implement that. There is no regulations for that, but I'd be happy to include that if that's the will of council, unless there's any legal requirements that would prohibit that.
Councilmember Rennie? I'm sorry, Ms. Whelan, were you going to speak?
There's no legal prohibition against that.
Councilmember Rennie?
I recall that I signed, when I was running for state assembly, I signed something, maybe it was for Santa Cruz County, that was, I would promise to clean up my signs after a certain amount of time, and I had to sign it, kind of thing. So I think we could do something like that.
There is something similar, I believe, that VTA requires a signature for their right-of-ways.
All right, Councilmember Ristow.
So then I'd be curious if we just adopt the ordinance as it is and add on a policy where, as candidates go through orientation, I remember being reminded that we had an ordinance that required the signs to come down. Now we could just tell candidates, this is what Los Gatos would like to see. Please don't put your signs up before this date. Please take them down. So that would be something I'd be curious about knowing if we could do.
Well, I think we have a motion and a second. So with that, I am going to call the question on this motion.
I had a clarification on the motion. Because this is an introduction of the ordinance, are we introducing the ordinance less the section that you want worked on, or is this going to be continued and brought back for an introduction?
I'll look for the town attorney, some guidance on that.
If the council would like this to return with proposed language, if possible, that has different regulations for removal of political signs, then the motion should be to continue this item. If the council is interested in introducing this ordinance as is and requiring that candidates sign a pledge that they'll remove their signs after the election, that could be another motion.
Okay, so that's not my motion. My motion is to require that signs get taken down, and that gives people some way to deal with this. And so I don't think we need to turn this town into the San Fernando Valley. And I don't, in the name of streamlining or progress or complying with some content-based thing that is not supported in the Constitution, because clearly political speech is different than commercial speech, and lumping it together just doesn't make sense. So my motion stands to adopt this with the exception of political signs, and for us to consider additional information on political signs at a time when the town attorney is able to bring that back.
So if that's the will of the council, my recommendation would be that the ordinance come back as a whole.
Okay. So if it's okay, I'll withdraw my motion and I'll make a second motion, which is to continue this with that modification be considered at a future date.
I'll second that. Any further comments? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1. Councilmember Ristow opposed. Okay, we are now moving to our last item, which is number 21, and that is to discuss the Code of Conduct Policies, Sections 5 and 11 pertaining to council member communications.
Thank you. Gabrielle Whelan, Town Attorney, and I have a PowerPoint that will help. So this item is an opportunity for the council to discuss its code of conduct. And there are several topics in the code of conduct to discuss. And so the topics have been broken down to come to the policy committee in smaller chunks. And so the topic that went to the policy committee last week was a discussion of council communications. And there are two primary sections of the code of conduct that are at issue. There's one section, which is section 5C, that currently provides that the title of mayor carries with it the responsibility for communicating decisions of the town council to the public and the media. That section was revised in 2022. It formerly provided that the mayor was the spokesperson for the town. Section 11 addresses council member communications with members of the public. Next slide. And so this is a quote of what Section 5C currently provides. And then next slide, please. And then this is a quote of how Section 11 currently provides. And the council may want to return to these slides if the council wants to consider changes to this language. Next slide, please. So the issue that has arisen with regard to Section 5C is the mayor's role with regard to representing decisions of the town council. The code currently provides that the title of mayor carries with it the responsibility to communicate decisions made by the town council. I think there have been a few recent instances where there were communications with the media, and it was unclear whether the speaker was referring to decisions made by the town council as a whole or to individual decisions. And so the policy committee discussed this language and came up with the following recommendations. And the policy committee didn't make decisions, but they wanted to forward these options to the full town council for discussion by the full town council. So one option to clarify Section 5C is to say, rather than the mayor is responsible for communicating decisions of the full town council, the language could say the mayor shall communicate decisions of the full town council. Another idea was if the mayor is unavailable, the mayor could have the ability to delegate the authority to speak to the media about decisions of the full town council. Alternatively, the code of conduct could be revised to say that if the mayor is not available, the vice mayor will be responsible for communicating with the media about decisions made by the full town council. And then secondly, the policy committee recommended clarifying a section that talks about the mayor's communications with the town council. That's sort of a secondary issue. And that was to specify that those communications with the full town council will be done in conformance with the Brown Act. I could go to the next section, or the council could choose to discuss 5C now. Let's go back to the former slide.
Okay, I'm sorry, who had that? Councilmember Moore, I'm going to go to you first.
Thank you. Okay, so two questions on this. So the shall, would that obligate the mayor to speak with the media or delegate?
If the only change were to change is responsible to shall, it would obligate the mayor to speak with the media about decisions of the council.
Okay, I think that's something we can talk about. That's a big change. And then one other question is that Am I correct that these changes would not impact the other clause that we're going to get to, which is that individuals may express opinions?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is not, right now we're just talking about the mayor.
Yes, and actually, I think it would be helpful if I read out what the title of that section number was. So Section 5 in the Code of Conduct is titled Mayoral and Vice Mayoral Roles, Responsibilities, Relationships.
Vice Mayor.
So there was another item that we discussed, which about the role of the mayor, and it relates to number 1. It wasn't so, for me, it wasn't so much as responsible or shall, but does the council want to pursue a one-voice policy? Some communities have that, where it says the mayor is the sole or the only, and ours doesn't say that, and I'm not advocating for that. I'm just putting that out there for discussion about. I think it would be good to hear from the council on whether it should be sole, only as well. So it wasn't quite reflected in those 4.
Councilmember Rennie.
I was just going to say, I think number 3 is a bad idea, because how do you define unavailability? Frequently, media will call the mayor. Mayor doesn't answer. They're unavailable, so they call the vice mayor, right? And the mayor may have actually wanted to or not wanted the vice mayor to say something. So I don't think 3 is a good idea at all.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. And I'll just, to Vice Mayor Udis's question, I do not think, I think the sole voice would be a fundamental change of our current policy, and I wouldn't want to do that.
Okay, so I'll make a comment that I like to keep the word responsibility. I think shall is too strong. It almost kind of strong arms the mayor, and some of us have full-time jobs. So I like keeping the word responsibility in there. Any other comments? Councilmember Ristow?
Yeah, I'm not, having been one of the 2 members discussing it, I'm not sure that we advocated for shall. I think there was concern about saying responsible. Did that imply that the mayor has to speak to the press? And, so we were looking at the interpretation of responsible. I don't have a problem with keeping it the way it is. I definitely wouldn't advocate for shall, because it sounds like there's a mandate on the mayor to always respond to the press. And
right.
I don't think anyone's intention was that.
Further comments? Okay. Vice Mayor.
Just a comment. I think without any enthusiasm for the one voice policy, I think that that option, to say is responsible as it currently states, and then to allow the mayor to delegate, I think is also a good addition to our current policy.
Councilmember Rennie.
I'm okay with that. I think that was sort of implied. I mean, that's the way I've understood it in the past, is it's the mayor unless they want to delegate it to you.
Well, okay, Vice Mayor.
No, just in terms of number 2, that was just to correct something that seemed to be a problem with the current policy, where it said that the mayor would communicate with the council, and so we wanted to just add some language. Communicate with the council will conform with the Brown Act.
So I'll throw a comment out there about number 2 and allow the mayor to delegate authority. That could go wrong. I mean, if you delegate it to the vice mayor is going to be the mayor typically in the upcoming year, but it could be that a mayor wants to play favorites and maybe give someone on council, just continue to delegate authority to them, which might give them more publicity and more standing. So I almost kind of like giving it to the vice mayor. Councilmember Ristow.
I have a question. I think implied or observed in all of our policies all the time is the mayor, either cuts a ribbon or speaks or does whatever. And it's typically always been, if the mayor's not available, it's the vice mayor. If the vice mayor is not available, then it can be any council member, or some mayors have set up a whole line of succession among the 5 people for how it goes. But is there anything in this policy, if we don't change it, that would preclude the mayor from delegating a vice mayor? Like, do we actually have to spell that out? I mean,
I think it would be helpful to spell it out, because I think right now there's not clarity. My perception is, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, my perception is there's not clarity on what happens when the mayor is unavailable.
and I guess as a follow-on, how would we determine unavailable? Like the mayor says, I'm going to be on a cruise ship for 2 weeks and I'm unreachable, so if anything comes up, it goes to the vice mayor? Or is it the press says, I need to talk to somebody in the next hour, and the mayor's not available, and then the vice mayor just speaks? Or do we just say we don't have a comment? I mean,
so through the mayor, if I may, our protocol is that we really encourage our media partners to contact the town manager's office if they have a press inquiry. And then what the town manager's office does, whether it's myself or a member of the team, we contact the mayor and we say, we received an inquiry of this. And we ask the mayor, do you want to speak with the reporter directly? Do you want to reply in email? So we go through different options. And if the mayor says, this is a factual question, staff, why don't you just answer it? Then the staff takes care of it. If the mayor is available, then we'll work with the reporter to, make the arrangement for either a phone interview or a live interview, whatever it might be. And then if it's an email response, then we provide the response. If the mayor is not available at all, we try our best to reach the mayor, and in my experience, we've almost always reached the mayor. So there's never been an instance when the town manager can't reach the mayor. And if the mayor is in another country, et cetera, then it's very clear that we would, in fact, call the vice mayor, because that is what the policy says on page 3 of 9, is that in the mayor's absence, the vice mayor shall perform the duties of the mayor. And then if the mayor doesn't give us a specific lineage to follow, if the vice mayor is not available, then we typically go by seniority. Who's the most senior council member to the least senior council member. So that way there's always a particular order. And so we've never had any trouble. I think more recently the issue that we've had is that, just the way communication goes is that oftentimes the manager's office is completely bypassed. So we have no idea who's calling who. And many of our reporters have no idea that we have a protocol that the mayor is the person to speak on town decisions. And so this is really why we're talking about this tonight, is that we would just really want to make sure we all understand the lay of the land. And if we need clarification, we take this opportunity tonight to make those points clear. Thank you.
So I need clarification in that this particular protocol of where typically the town manager is contacted that, hey, there's this media request, that's been followed up until recently, which is one of the reasons why we need to get some clarification or maybe document this as a written step as part of the protocol in our policy.
Well, we've had instances of news media outlets contacting council members directly, and so that's really the issue that we're trying to address.
Okay, and with that being said, I'm gathering that if they're contacted directly, that it might be a good idea to have the town manager involved, just so they know what's going on. You're managing the town, that's your position, and perhaps maybe offer some guidance as to content or factual information that might be helpful during an interview.
Right. And I would say our council does a really good job, in terms of saying, hey, Laurel, I got this call. What should I do? I usually say, oh, this is really an issue for the mayor. Do you want me to contact the mayor, et cetera? But I know in other instances, and this has happened over several years, where if the mayor says, no, I don't want to talk to the press, then the press, does what the press does, and they're going to try and get a quote, and they contact a council member, and the other council member says, I'm happy to talk to the press, and then we're dealing with that kind of fallout. So it's over the year. This is not unique to 2024. This is something that we've had to deal with for several years, but it's kind of risen up again.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so my question on this is that I'm understanding all of this to be specifically talking about decisions of the town council. We're talking about the mayoral duties, expressing opinions about decisions of the town council. There's a whole other part that I think we're going to get into later in the slides, where our current policy reads, individual council members may express opinions on policies and explain individual votes as long as those statements are characterized as individual opinions or objectives and not representing the town council as a whole. And so in that instance, if a reporter contacts a council member for them to express an opinion or an individual vote, it would seem to me that the council member could communicate with the press. Is that accurate?
That's correct under our current code of conduct.
Okay, and then, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to clarify, then the other piece that I think is important in our staff report here, and Mayor, please stop me if I'm jumping the gun on the order of operations, but the other part of this is that in the staff report, there is a free speech section that talks about how council members should retain the ability to express opinions or retain votes. They can express opinion on a wide variety of policy, et cetera, et cetera. And then we're talking about, that said, the town, this is from the staff report, that said, the town is free to require that legislators explain when they are expressing their own opinions as opposed to representing the town council as a whole. So I think what we're talking about right now is the mayoral duty to talk about decisions of the town council as a whole, and then there's a whole other piece about council members communicating with the press.
Okay, but I just want to clarify what Ms. Whelan stated when you asked her the question, if it's okay if council members express, their opinion, and I get that, but I think there's a difference in a pronoun. So when one uses we as opposed to I think it kind of blows that out of the water. I think we need to have some parameters on how it's expressed. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think we're moving on to section 11.
Yes, we are.
And so would it be helpful to have a motion on this part?
Yes.
So
yes.
I move to adopt option 1, 3, and 2.
I'm sorry, can you clarify that?
So that would be option 1, option under that, option 3, which is provide that in the mayor's absence or unavailability, the vice mayor is responsible, which I think just codifies what the town manager's process is.
Okay, but option 1, are we saying?
No, I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Item 1, option
it.
3. I'm sorry. Item 1, option 3.
Got it. Okay, Councilmember Rennie.
I'm not sure we've taken public comments. We shouldn't vote
know,
on
you're
any
right.
motions until we do
You're
that.
You're absolutely correct. Thank you for that, Councilmember Rennie, keeping us on track. I'm going to open public comment, and there's no speaker cards. Any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
I'll close public comment and go right back to Vice Mayor.
Right. So my motion is item 1, option 3, and item 2.
Right. Okay, Councilmember Ristow.
I have a question. We haven't discussed option 2 yet, or item 2 yet, correct?
It's
So-
just this conformance with the Brown Act.
Right. We didn't discuss why we brought that, but okay, I'll second the motion if we feel like we've covered that.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Yeah, so I guess this is fine, and again, in terms of mayoral duties, but I think then we still haven't, I think what we're trying to do here is cover what we want to do in the mayor's absence, so that goes to the vice mayor, but then I think we still haven't figured out the next piece of that, which is, and maybe that's why 2 is easier, but you're saying that you don't, so maybe in the mayor's absence, or unavailability, the vice mayor is responsible. If the vice mayor is absent or unavailable, the mayor delegates authority.
So if I may, just through the mayor, so the motion as it stands addresses 2 issues. One is that in the mayor's absence or unavailability, the vice mayor is responsible for communicating to the media about decisions made by the majority of the town council. The second item of the motion is conformance with the Brown Act, and that pertains to the beginning part of C, which relates to the responsibility of the mayor to communicate with the town council. And there was concern that that is so broad that we didn't acknowledge the Brown Act. So this is more of a cleanup item, I would say. And I think Councilmember Moore is raising a third issue, which is not yet part of the motion, but is probably worthy of discussion after we consider the motion, which is what do we mean by decision of the council?
Councilmember Rennie.
So let me go back to my long time ago concern. Who is determining the unavailability of the mayor if this goes in? Like I said, is it determined by the media person that called the mayor and they didn't answer? It seems to me like it's very vague. Is it determined by the vice mayor? I mean, I'm a little bit worried about how this could lead to issues.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I guess I'm not as worried for the reason that it's likely that if the press is unable to reach the mayor, we're going to start looping in the town manager, and we'll get the process right. This just is the backstop, and I don't see. It would clearly be a code of conduct violation if the vice mayor spoke when the mayor was available, and so that would be subject of a code of conduct issue, as far as I can see. So I think, yeah, anyone.
Okay, Councilmember Rennie.
I still think that if I get a call from the media and I'm the vice mayor and they say, well, the mayor's not available. Oh, well, mayor's not available. Okay, I speak, right? I think this is very vague to control.
Councilmember Estel.
I have a question for the town attorney. Because our protocol is such that the vice mayor acts for the mayor when the mayor is not available, just generally, if we exclude that statement, that action can still stand, correct? I mean, this almost seems like it's reiterating what is our policy right now anyway.
I think the section about it's a different section. It's talking about special duties. It says special duties consistent with the mayoral office may be delegated to the vice mayor or any other member of the town council. And then it says, in the mayor's absence, the vice mayor shall perform the formal duties of the mayor. I think the intent of that language, when it's talking about formal duties, I think it's talking about appearance at community events and running the meeting.
That's what I was going to ask, and running the meeting. So we don't consider communicating with the press a formal duty? Or I guess
it's a matter of interpretation, but when I
Okay.
think of formal duties, I think of running the meeting and ceremonial events. one potential edit would be to have it say, in the mayor's absence, the vice mayor shall perform the duties.
And then leave silent the other part. Then option 3 is unnecessary.
That's true.
I think that's cleaner, but.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, I'd be willing to withdraw my motion and make a simpler one, which is to adopt item 2 and to change the word under vice mayor, in the mayor's absence, the vice mayor shall perform the duties of the mayor, and strike formal.
Councilmember Estel.
I'll second the motion.
Any comments? Councilmember Moore?
So one thing that I was trying to bring up, and I don't think was clear, is that we're still not. Are we okay with the mayor or vice mayor determining who comes next? Because I think that's silent in here too. But I think that's an assumption is that they then delegate. If the mayor, the mayor delegates if the vice mayor is unavailable. Is that our policy? Because that's not super clear.
One option would be to put in the code of conduct that it'll rotate, it'll go down the line of seniority as the manager described.
Vice Mayor?
Since we don't have that anymore in the motion, what we're talking about is the vice mayor shall perform the duties of the mayor. Are we suggesting that we amend that to include rotating by seniority?
No, you're right. That's my thing doesn't apply to this motion.
I think it was a pretty clean motion and seconded, so.
Okay, all right. Any further comments? And I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Okay, I think we are moving on possibly to section 11.
I, with all due respect, I think we do need to have a little bit of a discussion about what a decision made by the majority of the council is. If that's a narrow definition of the council voted on whatever it is, or if it's really anything to do with the more general topic. So, for example, pick a capital project, the overcrossing, for example, council voted to move into the design phase for the pedestrian overcrossing. And so the press calls and says, I want to do a live interview, at the site of that project. But instead of talking about the overcrossing project, the reporter asks all these other general questions about, well, what are your plans for, transportation improvements? How are you going to deal with congestion? How are you going to switch modes? How, whatever it might be. So is the decision, because you happen to be at the location of a project where the council made a decision, is that considered a decision, or is it narrowly only if the reporter asks about the overcrossing, that's the question that the mayor specifically needs to answer, and then the rest of the council is free to talk about the bigger policy issues that might be around or circulating around a decision the council may have made?
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So I'll add my 2 cents on that. I think if you do it, my understanding of the policy as it stands now, and I guess that's what we're deciding on, is that the mayor talks about a decision made by the majority of the town council narrowly. And because I think if you open that up broadly, it then conflicts with the other part of our policy, which is that council members may express opinions and explain individual votes. And I think that's important. And so I think that if we say the mayor talks to the press about everything to do with a majority opinion, then I think we butt up against the free speech part of this.
Okay, so I'm going to chime in here because there's a difference between just regular media and a live television interview. And when you have a live television interview, it might be that the council member or mayor is at a particular location that is probably the site of a project decision that was made by town council. So the perception is that if a council member was there, not the mayor, and they started, being there and talking about this decision, but in the background, it's the location of where the project was approved by a majority of the council, and then maybe you have the project developer there as well as part of the interview. I think it's a perception issue, and I think we need to clarify that. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I do think the concern about it being narrow enough, I'm not as worried about that because I really think that you are then crossing into 11, and that if the mayor starts talking about other transportation policies and things like that, yeah, they're free to do that, but so are other council members, and they're not restricted from doing that. But again, but the mayor would be, as any other council member, required to state whether it was a personal opinion or it was the action that was taken by the council. So I think if we tighten this down to one particular vote, it could be a little difficult because sometimes we take a big issue and we take multiple votes on it, and take the rezonings that are part of the housing element. I think that those are, there was a majority decision in the totality of those, and so I think the language is okay, and I think that the other concern is more where we really need to focus on item 11. My thoughts.
Any further comments? Okay, shall we move to item 11?
Okay, so I'll, should we review what the language of section 11 is, or should we jump right into the policy committee recommendations?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Would you prefer that we review what the language of section 11 is currently, or does it make sense to jump right into the policy committee recommendations?
I would say let's look at the recommendations.
Okay. So one recommendation, which we've discussed already, was to add "where not prohibited by the Brown Act" to a sentence that references the mayor's communications with town council members. There was another recommendation. There's one paragraph that talks about council members' ability to discuss policy matters or personal opinions. And there's some language in there about not prejudging a decision, not making a statement that indicates you've prejudged a decision that's going to be coming before the town council. And the committee recommended that discussion of quasi-adjudicatory decisions be separated from the rest of the section that talks about discussing policy matters. So that was one recommendation. And then the next was, actually those two are the same, 2 and 3. Or no, the difference with the third one is that was to give out, to talk about participation at community meetings, and to state the importance of not stating what your decision will be on a quasi-adjudicatory decision that's going to be coming before the town council. Next slide. Currently, the Code of Conduct references decisions of the full town council, and the committee recommended changing that to decisions of a majority of the town council. The committee also recommended language that's in the Gilroy Code of Conduct that's very explicit about council member communications with the public. And it provides that no council member shall communicate in a manner that appears to come from the town or town staff or the town council, or in a manner that suggests a position associated with the town or with the knowledge of the town council. And the sixth suggestion was to provide some examples of ways to communicate that a council member is speaking on their own behalf.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So question on 5 there, that seems to completely, if I read that right, that undercuts our whole policy about council members explaining individual votes, right? Because what 5 says is that, or in a manner that suggests a position associated with the town, a council member, or with the knowledge of the town council, which we all have. So the way I read that, I mean, what is, I guess here, my question is, what is a position associated with the town? Because
So my reading of that was a position associated with the town council, but you're right, the word council is not in there. So.
Right, because that, how I read that, it says council members can't talk to the press as a council member. Was that not the intention of the policy committee?
Vice Mayor.
No, that was not the intention. The intention was to clarify that the responsibility for stating that it's a personal rather than a council action rests on the shoulders of the council member. And so council member, the first part of that is what I really think is important, that the council member, no council member shall communicate in a manner that appears to come from the town or town staff or town council. That means to give the impression that they are speaking on behalf of the town. And it's adding more weight to the language that we currently have, but it's not changing anything about that. It is simply making it, adding some more weight to it and emphasizing that it's the responsibility of the council member to communicate in that manner.
So I would add that the example I was giving earlier about maybe a council member going to the site of a project location with the project developer where a decision was made by a majority of the town council, and being a live television interview, it's giving the implication or perception that he's speaking on behalf of the town, even if they might go off point and express a broad opinion, but they're still site-specific, project-specific, and with the project developer. So I like this. I think it kind of prevents that type of thing from happening or makes somebody be a little bit more aware of what they're representing that might circumvent maybe the position of the mayor or vice mayor. Councilmember Ristow.
Yes. So when we saw this language, we had language from a variety of communities. I'm okay with the spirit of this. I actually think that it's a little heavy-handed with the wording. I mean, it doesn't talk about locations or TV or anything, so that seems to be very specific. But in here, I just think the first part, no council member shall communicate in a matter that appears to come from the town staff, or town council, period, full stop. I think that kind of captured it. And then we'll have other examples where a council member has to identify that they're expressing their own opinion. You know, they can't come out and say, well, the council voted this way and this is what we're doing. And, you know, you can't speak for the council, but you can speak for yourself. And I think we could just truncate it after council and skip the whole part about manner that suggests a position. That just gets really wordy, and I don't think it really changes the intent of the first half.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's a lot of clarity in the second half. I think there's the possibility of it being vague and being a little confusing. So I think we could achieve what we need with Councilmember Ristow's suggestion.
I would go along with that. That makes sense. Councilmember Moore?
I think that's fine. I just want to clarify from the town attorney that still, I'm just going to keep going back to, that doesn't impact the current policy about individual council members may express opinions on policies and explain individual votes as long as those are individual opinions or perspectives.
That's correct.
Councilmember Ristow?
Thank you. And as long as we're discussing it, I think I just wanted to give the background for number 4, the reference to full town council to majority, because the wording we had existing full, somebody might read that as to say 5-0, and in fact, all of the action we take is based on the majority of the council, and it seemed clearer and, less open to interpretation, like, oh, the full council didn't vote on this, so it's something else, or approve it. So that was the background on there, and it sounds like people are good with that.
The comments? Councilmember Moore?
So we can make a motion on this, but I think there's still more to talk about. So I just want to make sure we're.
Well, have we talked about 6? Or that's...
Beyond 6. I think we need to talk this through a little bit more. I'm wondering if you want to do that now or make a motion.
But I think it said provide examples of how to indicate to the press. I'm not sure we covered that, Vice Mayor.
No, that's separate, but maybe if we were still talking about 5, I wanted to understand a little bit about what is meant by a personal opinion and ask the town attorney about other elected officials or other agencies and that type of thing. How does that feed into this?
Yes. So food for thought on for number 6. Right now, the policy committee recommended that the council discuss including examples of how to indicate to the press that a council member is speaking on his or her own behalf and not on behalf of the council. One additional change for the council to consider would be whether or not to add this is a change to number 5. To add that statements, that you're making statements on your own behalf or on behalf of another elected official, public agency, or political subdivision.
Councilmember Moore.
I didn't understand that, I don't think.
So right now, the code of conduct, what's proposed is that council members make it clear when they're speaking on their own behalf. And another idea to consider is to also make it clear that council members should make it clear when they're speaking on behalf of another elected official, public agency, or political subdivision.
Councilmember Ristow, followed by Councilmember Moore.
I was just going to say, I think that's fine. I think we should, 5 is a little confusing, so I don't know. I don't know if that's where we should put that. I think that's clear to me, but I guess we're trying to really hash out the policy. I just think 5, with a period after where the comma is now, I think is clear, and I don't want to make it less clear.
Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor Hudis?
I think the suggestion or the idea that town attorney brought up makes sense, but I don't think it really applies to 5. I think it applies more to the other language, and I need to move this out of the way so I can see it. The language that says. I'm sorry, I gotta take a second here to move this. the language about personal. Oh, there it is. Such statements are permissible if clearly characterized as personal opinion. That's where I think that clarification belongs. It's that last sentence. Does that make sense?
Yes. Councilmember Ristow.
Also, to kind of muddy the waters, I don't think we discussed 3 at all. Separating out discussion of quasi-adjudicatory decisions and address participation in community meetings.
The policy committee was interested in adding some guidance when council members attend community meetings, because often members of the public will ask council members questions about projects that will be coming before the council for a decision. And so the policy committee was interested in guidelines for council members on how to answer those questions. And I think the policy committee was interested in those guidelines being separate from this code of conduct, but that they be provided.
Okay, so we don't need to deal with that now.
Right.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Hudes?
Where that might come into play is on the second sentence under item 11. I'm sorry, the third sentence, which says any such preliminary statement. That seems to apply to quasi-adjudicatory, not necessarily to policy. So it seemed like maybe that second and third sentence could be reworked to have more clarity about policy communications versus quasi-adjudicatory, because they're kind of mixed together, and that the second sentence talks about general issues or policies, and then the third sentence talks about any such preliminary statement. Well, it seemed like we needed to clarify some of that language, and I didn't have a solution for it except a suggestion that we needed to work on it. I know there was very little time between the policy committee and tonight, so I know we're trying to do some of this on the fly, but that was one that I thought would be valuable to clarify.
Further comments? I have some other comments that might be a little different, but I want to go back to these live press interviews, because this is something new. I've been around this town for many, many years, and it seems like, doing live interviews is kind of a new thing. Can the town manager or the town attorney just let me know what our history is on that? Maybe even just going back as far as 10 years?
So my first exposure to live interviews happened when we first started to address beach traffic back in 2015. That was the summer when really we were very much trying and testing a lot of different ideas. We tried the roundabout, et cetera. And so at that time, the press was very eager to talk with somebody on town staff. And so we were very clear that the mayor is the town spokesperson. We set up interviews with the reporters. We did the interviews typically at town hall or up by the temporary roundabout, and the mayor was interviewed live. Had no idea what the questions were going to be. It's just very much spontaneous. And then during that same summer, there were also requests for interviews on that same topic. And at that point, the mayor said, the questions now are becoming more factual. And so, she was comfortable at that time with having the director then Director of Parks and Public Works take a live interview. And it was the same experience, out in the field, pop questions, and that was all fine. So we have had experience. We haven't had that much interest in live interviews until more recently.
So that being said, should we establish the protocol for that, in that if the press reaches out to one individual council member, that council member should reach out to the town manager, or just fly with it, just go with it on their own?
Well, again, this was in an era when our policy said that the mayor was the town spokesperson for the press. So we had a different governing policy. Now our policy says that the mayor speaks on behalf of decisions made by the majority of the council. So this is going back to the section we were just in, section Roman numeral 5C. But yeah, if the council wishes to have more clarity, specifically on live television or radio interviews, we would be happy to work with you. And I think there's other council members who might want to weigh in.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So to me, live interviews are still interactions with the media. I don't know why that's different than talking with the press in an interview. I think either way, it's an interview. And my thought or question is that if a reporter contacts an individual council member and says, I would like to get your thoughts and perspective on, trees, right? Something that was not a decision of the town council, I interpret the current policy as saying that council member can talk to the press about trees.
Well, I get that, but I'm going back to when you do a live interview, it's the setting. So whereas you can give an interview, to, a spotlight, or, just maybe over the phone, or, over Zoom. But when on a live interview, when you actually go out to a setting where it's a particular venue where a council decision was made and the project developer is there and the town manager was bypassed, I just think the setting, I just don't think it's a good look. And I'm going to go to the vice mayor and then go to you, because I want to make sure everybody gets heard. Vice Mayor.
So I think we dealt with a little bit similar discussion in the policy committee, and that was that there's different kinds of media and there's different kinds of communications. If you send an email out to constituents, you can type out that this is my opinion. It's not the council's opinion. You can put that on there. When you're interviewed in the press, you might say that, or you might not, but you have no way to make sure that that actually occurs. And that's why I think that language that we've now pretty much agreed on from Gilroy, I think that helps us with that, and it would help us with that live situation, because it says, that the council member shall not give the impression, or shall, not give the impression that this is a decision of the town or council. And so if they were to do a live interview and it came across that way, that would be a policy violation, because the onus is now on the council member to be really clear about that. So, they might have to say it 5 times during their live interview, but they have to do that.
Understood. Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair and reasonable, that it has to be clear that it is an opinion, a personal perspective, a feeling or opinion. What you're talking about, Mayor, it sounds like you're specifically talking about standing in front of a project development, which to me, I don't think most council members in my thought wouldn't want to get into that anyway, because that's quasi-judicial if you're talking with the developer about, something that is going to happen. So I don't see that.
No, I'm talking about a decision that's already made.
And what do you mean by the projects? So are you saying like a development, like a physical
The construction?
Something that was already approved by town council.
Yeah. Okay.
And then maybe going on to a broad topic on the live interview that's somewhat related to the project, but it's specific to the project site and what was approved with the project developer there. I'm just stating you're just kind of crossing some lines, I think. But if, we covered it with what Gilroy said, then I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, so the understanding being that council members have to make it clear to the press that they are only speaking in a personal capacity and the story should come across that way.
Correct, or not indicate that they were the ones that approved this project.
Sure.
Okay, got it. Any further comments? Okay, do we need Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, next year, Councilmember Moore.
Yeah. I was just going to make a general comment that I think it's really good that Los Gatos has a variety of newspapers and news outlets and media organizations covering Los Gatos, and I think elevating the public discourse. I think that, there's a saying that democracy dies in darkness, right? And I think that's very, very important. And so, again, just so I'm clear, because this has been a big topic of conversation, we are collectively agreeing that council members can, if they are contacted by the press to get their personal perspective or opinion, they can talk freely with the press about how they feel about things going on in the town. Is that all of our understanding?
Vice Mayor?
I don't think that's the policy. I think we should read the policy carefully. If that's the proposal, then I would probably take a motion to do that. Policy addresses decisions that were made. It addresses opinions on issues and broad issues, and it requires the clear statement of what the personal opinion is versus the action of the town, and it puts the responsibility on the council member to make that clear. So I wouldn't characterize the policy in that way if that's an alternative, but that's not one I would support.
Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. Yeah, so what is it that I said that you think is out of line with what our policy is, if that's fair, through the mayor?
Yes.
Well, you said anything on any topic, and so I think that a decision is already clarified. And I think that also that it must include the disclosure and discussion of a personal versus a town decision, and I think that for decisions that are made, there's a protocol for that. So those are all things that are not in what you said.
I'm sorry, we had Councilmember Ristow next, and then Councilmember Moore.
Okay, thank you. One of the things I was thinking about is, in general, because I was mayor last year, I sometimes still get emails, requests to speak, requests to talk to the press, and the first thing I do is clarify that we rotate. Our mayor is typically our spokesperson, and I direct the person either through Jeanette or through the manager to the mayor. In a particular case, there was a reporter who contacted me, and I directed them to the mayor, and they said they were, they were reaching the mayor, they were reaching out, but they wanted to speak to council members who had served on a specific committee. And in that case, that excluded the mayor. And so I talked about those things. So I think, when we clarify, we talked about if you are representing something, or for example, if someone had contacted me and said, we're looking for the council member in Los Gatos who serves on the VTA PAC or something, then I would think you don't send them to the mayor. But it's just my reflex, and I think it's important for council members to remember that we do want to sort of officially send press requests or, other things through the manager's office so that we maintain that protocol. But then when there's another topic that maybe is very specific to a certain council member, then I think it makes sense to then clarify that you're not speaking on behalf of the town, you're not speaking on behalf of the council, you're speaking as that person who either voted a certain way or has a specific role on a commission, committee, or board, or something else. But I think that is incumbent upon us to identify ourselves as such, and not necessarily just to take the interview, but to say our protocol is to go through the mayor, and then they will either go to the mayor, or if they clarify that they're looking for a certain angle or a certain distinct characteristic of the person they're talking to, then I think that opens us up to the rest of it.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Yeah. So our policy right now says that council members may explain individual votes. So there is, in my read, there is a lever or whatever in this. There is a part of this policy that allows individual council members to express their personal, perspective on something, to explain their individual vote. Is that something we are looking to change? Because I don't think so. I think that's important. I think that was the part of all of this. And then so I think there's how I'm understanding the policy is if a member, a individual from the press reaches out to a council member and says, I would like to get your perspective on vote X of the council or decision X of the council, you forward it to the town manager. If the member of the press says, I would like to get your personal opinion or your personal perspective on issue Y, or I would like to get your personal perspective on why you voted in this way, those things are both permissible in my read.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I would agree that as long as as long as the individual states that it's their personal opinion and that they don't give the impression that it's not their personal opinion. So I could try some motions on this, or are we still working on new ideas?
I think we're ready. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Moore?
No, sorry. I think I apologize for belaboring this. I think it's important to hash this out while we're hashing it out. One other thing that I think is implicit in this, but I think that is important to talk about, is if a council member gets contacted to do something, talk to the press or talk to a group or whatever, and they are not being asked to speak as a council member, but are being asked to speak in another capacity. I think that's implicit that they can do that, but I just wanted to clarify that in this, that if someone is being asked to speak in another capacity to a group or whatever, that's okay. And again, you could say, I'm not talking as the Los Gatos Town Council, but...
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think that has to be, explicit. So, there's been this thing about what hat am I wearing at this time? Well, that's not what's important. It's, are you representing the town? And if you're not representing the town, are you representing another elected official or elected body? That could be confused, and so that's additional language that we need to have. But no, I think that it's important, as the policy was written, that to allow council members to express opinions on various issues, as long as they're absolutely clear on that, and that we follow as much as possible the protocol on decisions that have been made and really separate those from future issues.
Did you want to try some motions?
Yeah, in that spirit, I could try a few motions. If we could go back to the first page there. So I would move to add item 1 about the Brown Act, and item 2 and 3. I don't have specific language, so I would ask the town attorney to work on that portion that I pointed out before to make some changes to separate policy from quasi-adjudicatory. And then, so next page, number 4, I would adopt that to make it a majority of the council as we have in the other place. And then under number 5, I would add, no council member shall communicate in a manner that appears to come from the town or town staff or the town council, period. And then to move forward with number 6 of providing some examples. So that doesn't change the code of conduct, but that would help us. And then finally, to change the last sentence of item 11. If we don't have it up there, I'll just read it. It says, so the change would be to this. Such statements are permissible if clearly characterized as personal opinion or policy change objectives, including those made on behalf of a public, on behalf of another elected official or on behalf of a public or state agency or political subdivision, rather than the opinion of the majority of the town council. And I think I provided that language to the town attorney earlier. So that's the motion.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I'll second that.
Any further comments? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we're moving on to council matters, and I'll start with Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. I was out of town for some of the time, but on the 26th, Vice Mayor Hudes and I participated in the Council Policy Committee, where we brought forth some of the suggestions that were just discussed tonight. On the 27th, I attended the annual update for the Lehigh Cement plant and quarry closing that Supervisor Joe Simidian has been pushing for, I think, for over 11 years. And it looks like that's continuing to move forward. Some of the timelines on there were slightly startling in terms of talking about backfilling the quarry could take 40 years, 40. But in the meantime, other restoration work will take place. And then on the 28th, along with, I saw the Vice Mayor and the Mayor, I attended the 100th anniversary gala for the Kiwanis, and it really was a wonderful night to celebrate the fantastic volunteer work that so many members of our community participate in through that service organization and through their high school, middle school, and even elementary school projects. And they're one of, I think, 4 service groups in town. But anyway, it was a beautiful evening. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. So a couple quick things. My council member happy hour, which I'm now doing every other month, is this Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. at Rootstock Wine Bar. You can come by anytime. And I understand that I accidentally scheduled this to conflict with the Community Police Academy, which was a big mistake. But, you know, somebody from the Community Police Academy reached out to let me know that. Apologies to conflict. That won't. I know the Community Police Academy is over in about a month, so hopefully that won't happen in the future. My community coffee is this Friday at Great Bear Coffee. I have one 15-minute slot at 9 a.m. Left if anyone wants to join me. I've spent a lot of time talking with developers and residents about, you know, development in the town of Los Gatos. I think, especially in my neck of the woods, seeing the Whole Foods project start to, you know, get knocked down and start happening, I think people are starting to understand more and more about what's happening. And I've talked to several business owners who are very concerned about SB 33 applications on their properties where their places of business are. And so, you know, that's a really hard one. I think it's sad for some of our longtime business owners that are, you know, if nothing else, in for a major change. I've been trying to work with developers and business owners to try to, you know, meet in the middle, find some compromise, encourage mixed use like our 2040 general plan does. But it's hard. And so trying to get creative there to help folks as much as we can. And then I just want to highlight on behalf of the chamber that the You Belong in Los Gatos street pole banner contest, the deadline for that is April 25th at 4 p.m. I hope that we get some really awesome applicants. I've heard a few people that are interested, but really hoping that, it's been a little while, so that'll be really great to see that. Thank you.
On March 25th, I participated in a meeting with the Democracy Tent. As a guest speaker, the focus was on the recent challenges of the insurance market relating to Los Gatos and wildfire risk. Thank you, Mr. Fagot, for allowing me to be the guest speaker. On March 26th, I met with Don Capobres regarding the second phase of the North 40. On March 26th, I attended a meeting of the Council Policy Committee as an observer. On March 27th, I attended the monthly mayor and manager meeting. The focus of discussion was obtaining certification of our housing element. On March 28th, I also attended the Kiwanis 100th anniversary gala, and also the vice mayor and council member Ristow were in attendance. Thank you. Council member Rennie.
Mayor, I have nothing of significance to report.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
On the 21st, I met with the Los Gatos Thrive Foundation. Then I met with, of course, I participated in the policy committee on the 26th. I met with the community center committee that's doing a lot of interesting work on collecting requirements for the community center on the 28th. I was triple booked later that afternoon, so I listened to a portion of the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority. I listened to a portion of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, and then I participated in the Kiwanis event. And let's see, then the only other thing, yesterday I participated in the SourceWise Advisory Committee. I was appointed by Cal Cities and learned quite a bit. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to our town manager, Ms. Pravetti, for a report.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder that the recruitment for Youth Commission is currently open. Applications are due on May 1st at 4 p.m. and all information is available on the town website. Secondly, Spring into Green is coming on April 21st at 10 o'clock at Plaza Park. Please join us for a lot of fun activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Whelan, do we have a closed session report?
Yes, the Town Council met in closed session to discuss anticipated litigation in accordance with Government Code Section 54956.9, and there's no reportable action at this time.
Great. Thank you, everybody. This meeting is adjourned.